The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 22, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable James P. McGovern to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 4, 2021, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, more than a year into the COVID-19 pandemic, I rise once again to bring attention to the Chinese Communist Party's role in this public health and economic crisis, and to call for a full congressional investigation into the origin of the virus. Day after day, we learn more facts and evidence that confirm what we've expected from the beginning. The Chinese Communist Party intentionally covered up the COVID-19 outbreak, squandering valuable time, creating dangerous misinformation, and ultimately costing lives. Over a year ago, the China Task Force began raising real questions about the origin of the virus. At that time, the mainstream media and others dismissed our concerns. Despite their objections, we continued in our efforts to expose this cover-up. Now, after lives and livelihoods have been destroyed, President Biden and the Democrats finally are asking questions about this virus. They finally are waking up to reality. Not only did this pandemic start in China, but the World Health Organization acted as a willing pawn of the Chinese government to cover up this virus and hide it from the world. After taking office, one of President Biden's first actions was rejoining the World Health Organization at taxpayers' expense without requiring a single reform to its corrupt culture. Time and time again, President Biden has failed to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable. Now this Congress must act. Last year, the China Task Force developed more than 400 common sense solutions to counter the Chinese Communist Party's threat to our health, our economy, and our way of life. We could start by implementing these legislative solutions and restoring America's leadership in the 21st century innovation. As a Congress, we also should build upon the China Task Force investigation into the COVID-19 pandemic origin, including whether the virus was engineered at the Wuhan lab. Why delay? How many more Americans will need to be infected before we say enough? As my friend Leader McCarthy has outlined, we need to demand transparency, and we must seek justice. We need to get to the bottom of this question and allow the truth to come to light. Thanks to American ingenuity, resilience, and perseverance, our nation has embarked on the long path to recovery. However, while new virus cases are on the decline, the pandemic isn't over. For the families of more than 600,000 Americans who have died from COVID-19, grief still lingers. For the thousands of Americans struggling with post-COVID syndrome, the virus remains a central part of their lives each and every day. For small business leaders struggling to keep their doors open amid the current workforce shortage, there is still a crisis. Holding China accountable for the pandemic is still very relevant. We cannot drag our feet. We cannot just move on. This is the time for Congress to get serious about our oversight responsibilities and fully investigate the origin of COVID-19 pandemic. Today, I urge Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats to join with Republicans in exposing this regime's blame in the pandemic and demanding answers from the Chinese Communist Party. We must ensure that this hostile regime never again is allowed to unleash a virus onto our shores. As we have seen, lives and livelihood are on the line. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, more than 600,000 Americans have reportedly died from COVID-19. Grandfathers, grandmothers, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters. The true toll of this disease will never be fully understood. Not only the loss of life, but the loss of the means to provide for one's family for those who survived, the mental anguish over the loss of a loved one, the fear and uncertainty of the future. It's unfortunate that despite all this suffering, COVID-19 has devolved into a partisan issue, each side bickering as to who's to blame. Despite that, science is not a partisan issue. The facts are this disease killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. It's one of the deadliest diseases to ever hit America. And for good reason, many Americans want to know how it happened to ensure it never happens again. That should be a bipartisan pursuit. But unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle, led by Speaker Pelosi, have stonewalled our attempts to investigate the origins of COVID-19. And they've done so even in the face of mounting evidence and unanswered questions. There has been so many theories circulating as to how COVID-19 originated. Some in the scientific community say it was of natural origins. Some say it was of man-made origins. Can we expect the American people to educate themselves on virology and the origins of COVID-19? No. What we can expect is they demand Congress do its job, investigates, and gets to the bottom of exactly where this virus came from and how it was so devastating to America. What we know based on evidence and research is that this virus didn't have to be as deadly as it was. Attempts by the Chinese Communist Party to cover up and deceive delayed global readiness in preparing for the devastation of COVID-19. A 2020 report by the University of Southampton found if interventions in China would have been conducted 1 week earlier, cases could have been reduced by 66%. 2 weeks earlier, cases could have been reduced by 86%. And if interventions by China had been conducted 3 weeks earlier, cases could have been reduced by 95%. Mounting evidence continues to indicate the CCP intentionally hid information and lied about what it knew about the virus. Additionally, World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom knowingly and willfully downplayed or outright denied the Chinese Communist Party's negligence and instead chose to cower rather than stand up for the international community. I am as angry as any American over the avoidable loss of life, loss of livelihood, and loss of future due to the CCP's COVID-19 cover-up. We must get to the bottom of how it started and how they deceived the rest of the globe, and that's exactly what Republicans have been working towards. House Republicans have introduced numerous measures to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for their malfeasance, only to be blocked by Democrats. This has not shaken our resolve. We will continue doing the people's business in the people's house. Holding China accountable requires transparency and justice. We need to declassify intelligence surrounding the origins of COVID-19. The American people have a right to know. We need to evaluate and defund any investments and gain-of-function research within the CCP in China. We need to reform the World Health Organization by advocating for new leadership and transparency. And we need to pursue visa and economic sanctions on members of the CCP and any others responsible for COVID-19 cover-up. What we need is to send a loud and clear message to the globe that America will hold those responsible for the COVID-19 cover-up accountable. We must leave no doubt that if you lie to America and cause death of her people, there will be hell to pay. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Walz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I seek permission to address the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about our local allies in Afghanistan, those that are trying to come to the United States through the Special Immigrant Visa Program. Beside me here is one of the brave Afghan interpreters that stood alongside my Special Forces unit, my fellow Green Berets in Afghanistan during one of my tours. He volunteered for that duty. He stood with us in combat. He faced extremism head on. And when these brave Afghans stand up, Mr. Speaker, to stand with us, to stand with our soldiers as a critical asset that enables us to deal with the populace and to communicate with the populace that we're trying to protect, but also fight alongside our Afghan security forces partners, we could not do what we have done in the last 20 years in Afghanistan and around the world, in places like Yemen, Syria, Iraq, in places like Africa, without these brave individuals that not only put their lives on the line, put their families' lives on the line to stand with us against extremism. We called him Spartacus. We didn't use his real name because if the Taliban found out that he was with us, they would not only track him down, they would track his entire family down. Well, unfortunately, after our redeployment, Mr. Speaker, the very thing that he needed to get a visa to the United States, the identification paperwork that he had fought with the United States, that he had fought with America, was found on him in a Taliban checkpoint. He was taken back to his home village and beheaded, along with his brothers and cousins in his family. This story of Spartacus is happening right now as we speak. The Taliban, as they slowly and methodically take over Afghanistan, are hunting these brave individuals down who stood with us against extremism. And we need to ask ourselves as Americans, what message are we sending in terms of keeping our promises, not only with the Afghans, but again, around the world? The bottom line is we need to get them out. We have a moral obligation to get them out. This is not just a moral obligation, but it's a national security obligation. The State Department has a 14-step process that takes over a year to do the appropriate vetting and to assign these visas. We don't have time for that anymore, with U.S. forces withdrawing within weeks. The Defense Department is ready to do an evacuation right now. The governor of Guam has said he is ready to accept these people, as they have done with our partners in South Vietnam, as they did with the South Koreans, as they've done with Cubans. We can process in a safe third country and then bring those individuals home. The Defense Department says they're ready. Guam says they're ready. Everyone is waiting on the green light from the White House. Where is that green light, Mr. Speaker? Where is it? Will President Biden stand up and stand with those and do the right thing with those of us that fought with us? And I have to be candid. He hasn't always done so. He didn't support the evacuation of our South Vietnamese allies when he was a senator. I pray and hope he will correct that past sin and stand with those who stood with us against extremism. I mentioned this as a national security issue as well. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mr. Speaker, just testified that he believes there is a decent likelihood, a medium probability, that al-Qaeda will come roaring back in the wake of our withdrawal. So we must also ask ourselves, when our soldiers have to go back into Afghanistan, who are they going to have to fight alongside? Will they have anyone left that will not have been hunted down like Spartacus is? And finally, this isn't just an interpreter issue. 25% of the Afghan parliament is set aside for women. These women are also being hunted, abused, forced to stay home, not go into their elected office. Some have acid thrown on their face. Some are even executed themselves. Civil society leaders, journalists, all of those who have spoken out against the atrocities that we have seen, that we have fought against, are also being targeted. We have an obligation as an American people, as a military, to support those who have stood with us. And Mr. Speaker, should we not? Time is running out. The world is watching. And when that last American soldier goes wheels up, these people will have a death sentence, and there will be blood on this administration's hand. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Terry Hamby of Trigg County, Kentucky, for receiving the Distinguished Public Service Award for his outstanding leadership as chairman of the World War I Centennial Commission. Under Terry's leadership, the commission completed the construction of the United States National War Memorial here in Washington. There is no one who better understands the sacrifices of our service members than Terry. He served for 26 years in our nation's military, first in the Naval Air Wing during the Vietnam War before joining the U.S. Army Reserves. After his retirement, Terry continued to honor and serve our nation's military and was appointed to the World War I Centennial Commission and elected chairman in 2017. In just 4 years under his leadership, the United States War Memorial was completed and opened to the public. I'm privileged to represent Terry in Congress and appreciate all he does to recognize our nation's military. I join Terry's family, friends, and all of those impacted by his life of service in congratulating him on this enormous contribution to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mr. Vernon Anderson of Callaway County on his induction into the Kentucky Trap League Hall of Fame. Vernon has qualified 10 times for the Kentucky State Trap Team and has been a member of the Kentucky Trap League Board of Directors for the past 12 years. He humbly describes himself as a consistently good trap shooter, but anyone who can hit 99 out of 100 moving targets at various distances is nothing less but a great shot. Vernon has always paved the way for younger generations to participate in trap shooting. In 2015, his activism led to trap shooting become an official high school sport in Kentucky. He then became Callaway County's high school coach, where he has passed on his knowledge and passion for the sport to students. Once again, I'd like to congratulate my friend Vernon on this great honor and thank him for his continued service to the students of Callaway County, Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss the current state of our economy. With ill-advised lockdowns finally ending, our economy should be firing on all cylinders. Unfortunately, we're in many ways stuck in the mud. America has seen a string of disappointing jobs reports that fall short of expectations. And excessive government spending is driving up what is effectively a tax increase on every American: inflation. Over 8 million jobs are available, even as the government pays people not to work. This is creating a dramatic workforce shortage and forcing our job creators to compete with the heavy hand of government. In fact, our labor participation rate sits at just 61%, the lowest total this century when you exclude the opening months of the pandemic. And the massive spending rammed through by President Biden and Speaker Pelosi is only hurting us. Inflation is surging, affecting the price of everyday items Americans buy, like milk and gasoline. This $2 trillion in new spending came despite an economy that was reopening and on the mend. And it made Americans less likely to work and the government more likely to waste hard-earned tax dollars. But for our Democrat friends, this wasteful spending knows no bounds. President Biden has proposed an outrageous $6 trillion federal budget that is a slap in the face to every American taxpayer. Instead of focusing on a responsible infrastructure bill that repairs our roads and bridges and puts people to work, we see a focus by this body on ramming through the Green New Deal and more wasteful spending. As leaders, we must change course to create a stronger recovery. As our economy reopens, we must respect taxpayers, support small businesses, and empower Americans to prosper through the dignity of work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Private First Class Ernest Robertson of Russell County, Kentucky, who served and paid the ultimate sacrifice in the Korean War. Ernest was killed in action at 24 years old, but his remains have never been recovered. After basic training at Fort Knox, Ernest was assigned to the U.S. Army's Far East Command, M Company, 19th Infantry Regiment, 24th Infantry Division. On April 23, 1951, he suffered a terrible injury and was captured by North Korean forces. On May 6, one day after his 24th birthday, Ernest was killed in action. The service and sacrifice of our troops must never be forgotten, even long after they have perished. It's truly a tragedy that some brave soldiers have not yet made it home after their horrible death. We must always appreciate their sacrifice and remember the cost of freedoms we enjoy here in the United States. I join with all the 1st District of Kentucky in thanking Private First Class Robertson for his service and his family for their efforts to remember him. He will always be in our thoughts. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, our Creator, Redeemer, and Friend, we offer to you all that we have and all that we are this day, our cares and concerns, our annoyances and aggravations, our fears and frustration, our tempers and our entanglements, as well as our hopes and happiness, our competence and self-confidence, our strength and our service. We ask that you would recreate our spirits, that we would have what we need to face the vagaries of life with renewed purpose and emboldened faith. That you would redeem our lives and the circumstances we face, that from our anxiety and uncertainty would emerge courage and wisdom. And that you would remind us of the joys of daily life, the blessings of home and the warmth of friendship, that through them we would find the gift of your abiding presence, upholding us in the effort of our labors and the living of our days. In the redemption of your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from New York, Miss Tenney.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Tenney. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I seek recognition for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be with you today and to tell everyone how excited I am that on July 15th, checks are going to be arriving at the homes of families with children who have been struggling for a year and a half, and many have really come to the brink because of the pandemic that we are facing. This is the child tax credit that is actually going to reduce child poverty by half in the United States of America. It was part of, in January, when we passed the American Rescue Act. And now it is going to come to help people in the form of a check. These payments provide poor and working and middle-class families with a meaningful tax relief. In my district, over 70% of children will benefit from the expanded credit. Over 100,000 families in total. This is the result of our work to make sure that families are no longer suffering because of the pandemic. And I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor New York Mills police officer Guy Dinella, who retired from law enforcement after 23 years this past month. Guy, a native of my hometown, New Hartford, began his service in law enforcement in 1998. During that time, Guy realized he wanted to continue his career as a police officer and became a deputy sheriff with the Road Patrol in 2000, where he spent 2 years on the DWI patrol. In 2004, Guy began his career with the New York Mills Police Department, where he would serve for the next 17 years. During his service with New York Mills, Guy became a field training officer, helping to mentor new officers, and was honored with a number of service awards, including the Meritorious Service Award, Exceptional Service Award, and the Patriot Award. It was an honor to meet with Guy and his amazing daughter, Alex. I hope she fulfills her dream to go to law school someday. Guy, we want to thank you for your many years of service to our wonderful community and for helping to train our next generation of heroes. Our community is truly grateful. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the important contributions of amateur radio operators in Arizona and across the nation. Throughout our nation's history, amateur radio has served as an important purpose, from providing a means of communication in times of crisis to assisting emergency operators in natural disasters. Amateur radio operators are an important part of the communities across our country. Arizona is home to at least 23,000 amateur radio operators and hundreds of amateur radio groups and clubs. This week, the Amateur Radio Relay League will host their annual field day where thousands of amateur radio groups across the country will prepare for future crisis. Since 1933, amateur radio operators have practiced the rapid and effective deployment of radio communications equipment through these field day events. I am honored to recognize the important contributions of amateur radio operators, and I wish them a safe and effective field day this weekend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to tell a story of Ozzie Fletcher.
The gentlelady will suspend. Does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Thank you.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today I rise to tell the story of Ozzie Fletcher. 77 years ago, on D-Day, June 6, 1944, 22-year-old Osceola Ozzie Fletcher was working as an Army crane operator on Omaha Beach when he was hit by a German missile, leaving him with serious wounds on his leg and head. Despite the injuries he sustained that day, Ozzie was overlooked, in fact denied a Purple Heart simply because of the color of his skin. At the time, our forces were segregated, where black soldiers could not serve alongside white soldiers. The chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff learned of Ozzie's story, sending the Army on a 2-month-long fact-finding mission. And this weekend, I was honored to attend the ceremony at Fort Hamilton Army Base in my district in Brooklyn, New York, when historic wrong was corrected and Ozzie was finally awarded the Purple Heart he earned more than 7 decades ago, as the nation observed Juneteenth. This recognition of Ozzie's service was long overdue. I have great and profound appreciation for his service during World War II and his acts of bravery on that fateful day that changed the course of our world's history. After the war, Ozzie served as a sergeant of the NYPD, a community relations officer in the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office, and later retired to become a social studies teacher in New York City public schools. Ozzie has spent his entire life giving back to our country and the residents of New York City, and I'm happy to see him finally get the recognition he deserves. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1374, the Enhancing State Energy Security Planning and Emergency Preparedness Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1374, a bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to provide federal financial
Mr. Speaker, I
assistance
would
to...
ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in
The
which...
gentleman will suspend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The clerk will continue to report the title of the bill.
A bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to provide federal financial assistance to states to implement, review, and revise state energy security plans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1374.
Without objection, so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1374, the Enhancing State Energy Security Planning and Emergency Act of 2021. This is a bipartisan bill introduced by my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee. I want to thank the bill's sponsors, Energy Subcommittee Chairman Bobby Rush and Subcommittee Ranking Member Fred Upton, for their work and leadership on this legislation. This is an urgent and necessary bipartisan bill. In the wake of the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack and other recent cyber threats to our infrastructure, we are reminded of the consequences of physical and cyber attacks. H.R. 1374 provides federal guidance and resources to the states that are most vulnerable to critical energy infrastructure threats. The State Energy Program is a popular, bipartisan program designed to support state energy offices. Funding for the State Energy Program is used for several energy initiatives, including developing energy security plans to help prevent disasters from happening and to mitigate and recover from any damage that does occur. This bill will help allocate additional resources to further develop and enhance state energy security plans. The funding provided in this bill will facilitate the implementation, review, and revision of state energy security plans while also laying out the criteria for the contents of those plans. So, Mr. Speaker, recent events like the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack have highlighted the importance of investing in the physical and cyber security of our energy systems. This legislation passed our committee and the House with overwhelming support from both Republicans and Democrats in the last Congress. It also enjoys strong support from the nonpartisan National Association of State Energy Organizations. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from Michigan? The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 1374 is a bipartisan bill that has long time support in the House. We passed it by voice vote on suspension in the 115th Congress and again in the 116th Congress. The legislation reauthorizes the state energy program and strengthens our energy emergency planning and preparedness efforts. This is an important bill, and we are reminded why every year when we witness how states must respond to a variety of hazards, including hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, fuel supply disruptions, and physical and cyber threats. We've had harmful hurricanes and will continue to do so. Consequently, there is an ongoing urgency for state energy planning and action. The electricity crisis in Texas and surrounding states this past winter provides a vivid example for state responses to energy emergencies. And of course, the Colonial Pipeline incident last month had state energy officials working with federal authorities to make sure people had fuel when they needed it. This legislation provides states with the flexibility they need to address local energy challenges. It also ensures that state energy security planning efforts address fuel supply issues, assess state energy profiles, address potential hazards to each energy sector, mitigate risk to enhance reliability, and incorporate regional planning efforts. H.R. 1374 also helps states protect fuel and electric infrastructure from physical and cybersecurity threats and vulnerabilities. It makes sure we are thinking ahead, not just about an actual threat, but how our energy and electric systems might be vulnerable in a broader sense. The bill also encourages mutual assistance, an essential part of responding and restoring in the event of an emergency, energy emergency. Prioritizing and elevating energy security planning and emergency preparedness is an important step in the face of increased threats, vulnerabilities, and interdependencies of energy infrastructure and end-use systems. Protecting energy security requires defense in depth, which means strong energy sector, strong state capabilities, and ensuring sector agencies like the Department of Energy have tools they need to respond to energy emergencies. This ensures we can help people in energy emergencies, whether caused by weather or cyber attack, and help them when they need it most. I urge support of H.R. 1374, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers. I don't know if the gentleman does.
Don't have it either.
You don't? You do? So I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I have no speakers to come, and so I would just state in conclusion that I urge strong support for H.R. 1374, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also urge bipartisan support for this bill and yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1374? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 482, the Newborn Screening Saves Lives Reauthorization Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 482, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize certain programs under Part A of Title 11 of such act relating to genetic diseases and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 482.
Without objection, so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 482, the Newborn Screening Saves Lives Reauthorization Act of 2021. Newborn screening is a well-established and proven public health program that identifies certain genetic and functional conditions in newborns. Each year, almost all of the 3.8 million babies born in the U.S. are screened for medical conditions that can cause serious disability or death if not detected and treated early. Newborn screening includes blood, hearing, and heart screening. While most families may likely forget this routine testing ever took place, more than 12,000 families each year will be notified of a positive screening result and referred for immediate diagnosis and treatment. Many of these families might not have considered or had access to these tests without newborn screening. Newborns can appear healthy, but without warning can quickly deteriorate due to these undetected conditions, and that's why these tests are so critical. If diagnosed early, many of these conditions can be treated and managed successfully. In 2008, the original Newborn Screening Saves Lives Act was signed into law. It established national newborn screening guidelines and supported the facilitation of newborn screening at the state level. Before 2008, only 10 states and the District of Columbia required newborn screening for recommended disorders. Today, all 50 states and D.C. screen for most or all of these recommended diseases. This bipartisan program was reauthorized in 2014 and 2019. Those reauthorizations renewed federal support to help states to expand and improve their newborn screening programs. So H.R. 482 before us today once again renews federal funds and activities to assist states in continuing and improving their newborn screening programs. This bill also supports parent and provider education and laboratory quality and surveillance. Newborn screening, Mr. Speaker, is a simple set of tests that can improve and save the lives of thousands of babies so that they and their families can grow to live healthy and happy lives. And so, through national expansion of these life-saving health screenings, no baby should receive inadequate care because of the state that they live in. With the continuous reauthorization of the Newborn Screening Lives Act, every baby in the U.S. can have access to equitable health care from the day they're born. I want to commend the steadfast champions of this bipartisan legislation, foremost Representative Lucy Roybal Allard, who's been working on this for such a long time, and really, this is something that she and I have talked about quite a bit. Also, Congressman Simpson, Congressman Harara Butler, and Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark for their ongoing commitment and leadership towards eliminating preventable newborn deaths. No newborn should suffer or die from a condition that can be detected and treated by newborn screening. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a unanimous consent request to control time on this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 482, the Newborn Screening Saves Lives Reauthorization Act of 2021. Newborn screening is critical in the early detection and intervention of health conditions, some life-threatening, for our nation's infants. They are for serious but rare conditions that families and doctors may otherwise be unable to detect at birth. Newborns are screened in the hospital when they are 1 or 2 days old by blood tests, in addition to hearing and heart screenings. About 1 in 300 newborns has a condition that can be detected via newborn screening. However, if not detected and left untreated, these conditions can impact a child for the rest of their life by causing disabilities, developmental delays, illness, or even death. Prior to the passage of the first Newborn Screening Saves Lives Act in 2008, which helped better standardize screening programs, states had varying standards for newborn screening, and they were not screening for many of the core conditions on the recommended uniform screening panel. This bill authorizes funding for the Health Resources and Services Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the National Institutes of Health to ensure that our newborn screening remains comprehensive and that our nation's health care providers are adequately equipped to conduct the screenings. Specifically, H.R. 482 reauthorizes grants through the Health Resources and Services Administration to expand state screening programs and improve follow-up care after a detection, in addition to allowing for the National Institutes of Health Hunter Kelly Newborn Screening Program to continue to identify new treatments for conditions detected by newborn screening. The importance of newborn screenings can't be overstated. Screening provides physicians and families with critical information regarding infant health, allowing for early intervention and treatment if necessary. I urge my fellow members to support H.R. 482, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield now such time as she may consume to the prime sponsor of this legislation, the gentlewoman from California, Lucille Roybal Allard.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support reauthorization of my Newborn Screening Saves Lives Act. Thank you, Chairman Pallone, for your support and for bringing my bill to the floor. My sincere gratitude to my newborn screening partners and colleagues, Mike Simpson, Catherine Clark, and Jamie Herrera Butler. and my heartfelt appreciation to the public health groups who continue to support my newborn screening efforts, including the March of Dimes, the Association of Public Health Laboratories, the Muscular Dystrophy Association, and the National Organization for Rare Disorders. Newborn screening involves a baby receiving a simple blood test to identify life-threatening diseases before symptoms begin. Prior to the development of these tests, children would die or suffer lifelong disabilities. In 2008, when my original bill passed, newborn screenings and access to follow-up information were not consistent or available to families in all communities. Only 10 states and the District of Columbia required screening for a complete panel of recommended disorders, and there was no federal repository of information on the disease. Today, all 50 states and D.C. screen for at least 30 of the 35 recommended core conditions, and a national clearinghouse has the most recent newborn screening information available to parents and professionals. Newborn screening is a public health success story that makes the difference between health and disability, or even life and death, for the approximately 12,000 babies who each year test positive for one of these conditions. Babies like Cruz, a beautiful little girl born on February 4th this year to one of my district's office deputies. Thanks to newborn screening, in just 4 days, Cruz was diagnosed with maple syrup urine disease, which prevents the body from breaking down certain amino acids typically obtained from protein. If Cruz's disease had gone undetected, the buildup of amino acids in her body would have become toxic, leading to seizures, swelling of the brain, coma, and ultimately death. Today, the management of her amino acid levels keeps Cruz out of the hospital, protects her from critical medical complications, and gives her family the gift of watching their daughter grow up healthy. This is just one of thousands of success stories that illustrate the critical need to pass H.R. 482 into law. This will guarantee high-quality technical assistance for state programs and public health labs, access to the most current programs and educational materials, and it will ensure the advisory committee continues its work of researching and recommending new screenings for state programs, which also save our healthcare system millions of dollars for each child identified and treated early. Reauthorization will also commission a National Academies of Science study to make recommendations for a 21st century newborn screening system. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the passage of H.R. 482 to ensure all newborns like Cruz are blessed with early, comprehensive, and consistent testing and follow-up programs for a healthy and productive life. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves the balance of his time, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, so if you
Prepared
want
to close.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support this bill and encourage others to do so. When I first was elected to the State Senate, the General Assembly of Kentucky, one of the biggest public policy efforts I got involved in was Governor Patton, our governor at the time, was proposing a big 0 to 3 kind of overall from Kentucky's babies and children. And big part of it was newborn screenings. And that was a section I was kind of assigned to look into and spent a lot of time doing research, even going down to see a lady who did this kind of research at Vanderbilt University, and walked away convinced that it is the right public policy to do. It's money well spent. It really changes people's ability. If you can't get your language at an early time, you can never get it back. So this absolutely prevents, if you want to look at the cost of this system, the system going forward, but more importantly, It really enhances people to have the opportunity to live a full life, and we catch it at the youngest level. So I'm convinced of this. I support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do so, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also ask members to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 482? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3752, the Pandemic Effects on Home Safety and Tourism Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3752, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to study the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on injuries and deaths associated with consumer products, and to direct the Secretary of Commerce to study and report on the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the travel and tourism industry in the United States.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3752.
Without objection, so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 3752. I want to begin by thanking Representatives Cardenas, Castor, Davis, and Upton for their leadership on this bill, the Pandemic Effects on Home Safety and Tourism Act. While there is now light at the end of the tunnel for many Americans, the past 15 months have been unlike any other time in modern history. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to spend more time at home and find new indoor and outdoor activities suitable for social distancing, which has resulted in new injury patterns. Keeping track of any new trends in injuries and deaths that might be occurring can help us learn how to keep consumers safer at home now as well as in the future. This bill will require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to provide quarterly updates to the American public regarding the effects of COVID-19 on home safety, including any emerging threats from either new products or new habits from working and playing at home. This report will assemble data from a variety of sources, including media reports and poison control centers, in addition to the CPSC's traditional data sources. Initial reports from the CPSC about injuries related to consumer products during COVID-19 are already concerning. For example, hospitalizations related to the ingestion of dangerous button cell batteries rose by 93% among young children during the period from March to September 2020, and injuries related to cleaning agents also rose 84%. Continued regular reporting required by this legislation can help parents better identify how to keep their children safe when they need to stay at home. And this bill will also identify communities or groups that may be disproportionately affected so that the CPSC can better target efforts to protect these communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased that this bill will also help rebuild the tourism and travel industry, which has certainly struggled under the strain of the COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, this legislation requires the Department of Commerce to conduct a detailed study and report to Congress on the pandemic's effects on the travel industry, including on jobs and revenue. And this information will be helpful in determining how we can best direct assistance to the 16 million American workers and families who rely on the jobs the travel industry supports. I just want to thank our ranking member, Rogers, and our Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee ranking member, Bill Raucus, for working with us to build bipartisan support, and of course, always to thank the chairwoman of this subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky. So I call on my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3752, the Pandemic Effects on Home Safety and Tourism Act. I want to first thank Representatives Cardenas and Davis for their efforts on this bill to protect consumers. I would also like to thank Representatives Upton and Castor for including provisions to promote and assist our tourism industry, an essential component of our nation's economy, and something I care deeply about as co-chair of the Congressional Tourism Caucus. H.R. 3752 directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to report on trends of injuries and deaths from consumer products during COVID-19 pandemic. As more Americans have spent time in their homes, it is important the CPSC continues to inform consumers about information potentially hazardous products. Additionally, H 3752 requires the Department of Commerce to study and report on how COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our travel and tourism industry. This industry plays a significant role in many local communities and supports over 15 million jobs across the nation. Urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to now yield such time as she may consume to the chairwoman of the subcommittee, Ms. Schakowsky. But I also want to say that she really is our superhero when it comes to these consumer issues, always looking out for things that, because the world changes, we have to constantly be vigilant, and that she certainly is. So I yield to the gentlewoman from Illinois.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for his kind words, and I also want to thank the authors of this legislation, Representatives Cardenas, Davis, Castor, and Upton, a bipartisan leadership group on this legislation. And I also want to thank the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Bilirakis, for his cooperation on this and so many other issues. So children are particularly vulnerable to risks associated with household consumer products. These risks have been magnified by the pandemic as families spend more time at home and parents juggle working from home and supervising children. This legislation will direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to study and report injuries and deaths associated with consumer products during the pandemic. A lot of progress has been made, but the pandemic is not yet over. Americans deserve up-to-date information about emerging threats and their safety of their children, and so this legislation is very important. This legislation also directs the Department of Commerce to study and report on, to the Congress on the impact of the pandemic on the travel and tourism industries. These industries were really hit hard by the pandemic. Over 15.7 million Americans work in travel or tourism. Many of these jobs are just now starting to come back. Industries that depend on travel or tourism, like the arts, live events, hotels, and restaurants, are still hurting. We must understand the full impact of the pandemic on travel and tourism so that we can help these industries to be able to build back better. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve my time and prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Again, I have no additional speakers, so if you want to close.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill. I think it's a good bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge bipartisan support for this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3752? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Speaker.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3841, the Tribal Health Data Improvement Act of 2021. No? I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. We want to do a different one. Let me change that, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3723, the Consumer Safety Technology Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3723, a bill to direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of the mission of the Commission and direct the Secretary of Commerce and the Federal Trade Commission to study and report on the use of blockchain technology and digital tokens, respectively.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3723.
Without objection, so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to speak in support of H.R. 3723, the Consumer Safety Technology Act, and I want to begin by thanking Representatives McNerney and Burgess for their leadership on this bill, which they reintroduced this Congress. This legislation will help modernize our consumer protection agencies and encourage the use of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and blockchain in support of product safety and consumer protection. These technologies can help the Consumer Product Safety Commission and the Federal Trade Commission improve their operations and more effectively carry out their mission. Technological advances and globalization have greatly expanded the range of consumer products on the market, and as consumers shop online, more and more of these products are being shipped directly to homes. Artificial intelligence could help the CPSC oversee the increasingly complex range of products under its jurisdiction by helping identify new injury trends and emerging hazards. AI can also help the CPSC monitor online marketplaces for the illegal sale of recalled products. The persistence of recalled products on online third-party marketplaces is a particularly pernicious problem that puts Americans needlessly at risk. For example, months after the dangerous Fisher-Price Rock and Play and other infant-inclined sleepers were recalled, a Consumer Reports investigation found that these products were still being sold on sites like Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist, even though they had been linked to dozens of infant fatalities. And I'm hopeful that artificial intelligence can be harnessed here to help eradicate the illegal sale of recalled products online in online marketplaces. The CPSC could also use AI to assess the risks of the growing number of imported consumer products entering our country and being sent directly to consumers. This bill incorporates a bill originally introduced by Representatives Soto and Guthrie, the Blockchain Innovation Act, and a bill originally introduced by Representatives Davidson and Soto, the Digital Taxonomy Act. As incorporated in this bill, these bills will help identify ways blockchain technology can be used to further support consumer protection. It will also make sure that scammers and fraudsters don't get ahead of consumers and law enforcement in the realm of blockchain and digital tokens. So finally, I want to thank Ranking Members Rogers and Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee Ranking Member Bilirakis for working with us to move this bill, and as always, the chairwoman of the subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky. I call on my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3723, the Consumer Safety Technology Act. I want to thank Representatives Burgess, McNerney, Guthrie, Soto, and Davidson for their leadership on this effort. Of course, our chairman and our ranking member on the subcommittee as well. The bipartisan bill directs the consumer, of course, the chairman of the subcommittee, the bipartisan bill directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to conduct a pilot program to determine how artificial intelligence may be used to advance the agency's product safety mission. Given the agency's broad jurisdiction over the many consumer products, especially again, efficiently and accurately analyzing data in the marketplace is critical to its effective operation. This bill also includes an important study of how blockchain technology may be used to prevent fraud, increase privacy, and bolster our nation's supply chain. This is complementary to the American Compete Act that also prioritizes this emerging technology to ensure America leads in the technology and in its development. Furthermore, H.R. 3723 also focuses on digital tokens, which are seeing increased adoption by consumers. The bill targets ways in which we can protect consumers from fraud in the digital token marketplace, a dangerous trend that has recently become more apparent. I thank my colleagues for their important work on this particular piece of legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney, who's the prime sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for yielding and for recognizing this legislation. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 3723, the Consumer Safety Technology Act. H.R. 3723 will encourage the use of emerging technologies, specifically artificial intelligence and blockchains, to help keep consumers safe. It will aid our consumer protection agencies with carrying out their missions. H.R. 3723 incorporates the AI for Consumer Product Safety Act legislation that I authored with Representative Burgess. These provisions direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission, CPSC, to establish a pilot program for the agency to use AI in furtherance of the agency's work to protect consumers from unsafe products. For example, the CPSC could use artificial intelligence to more quickly and efficiently identify consumer product hazards, such as exploding laptops that have faulty batteries, defective USB chargers, furniture that tips over, and unsafe infant sleeping products. Being able to identify these hazards more quickly will enable the CPSC to help to also recall products more quickly and in turn help save lives. We have heard firsthand from CPSC commissioners when they testified before the House Energy and Commerce Committee that artificial intelligence can benefit the agency's work in serving the American people. I'm pleased that last year, my legislation, the AI in Government Act, was enacted into law. Among other things, the AI in Government Act establishes an AI Center of Excellence to facilitate adoption of AI technology in the federal government. This will provide a central resource within the government to aid agencies with AI adoption and help agencies share best practices. But it's also critical that agencies build up their capacity internally to adopt AI technology. H.R. 3723 will empower the CPSC to do just that. The CPSC's experience here will also serve as an example for other agencies that are looking to integrate AI into furtherance of their agency's missions. H.R. 3723 also incorporates the Blockchain Innovation Act, introduced by Representative Soto and Guthrie. These provisions will help ensure that we can use the benefits of blockchain technology to help stop scams and fraud. Additionally, H.R. 3723 incorporates the Digital Taxonomy Act from Representative Soto and Davidson. These provisions will help ensure that scammers and fraudsters don't get ahead of consumers and law enforcement in the realm of blockchain and digital tokens. I want to thank Representatives Burgess, Soto, Guthrie, and Davidson for their work in H.R. 3723, and Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Morris Rogers for helping to move this important bill. I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I yield 4 minutes to the representative from Texas, the good doctor, Dr. Burgess.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in support of the legislation with Representative McNerney, H.R. 3723, the Consumer Safety Technology Act. You know, over my time in the Energy and Commerce Committee, I've made several trips out to the CPSC and observed firsthand how the men and women who dedicate their lives to ensuring that consumers have safe products, that consumers have products that are not going to cause harm to the user. And as we approach the anniversary of our nation's independence on July 4th, I also have a lot of respect for these same individuals who ensure that the fireworks that are sold at the commercial stands at the side of the road also meet certain specifications. So as we approach Independence Day, it's always a good time to acknowledge the work done by the men and women in the Consumer Product Safety Commission. The bill we're talking about today actually passed the last Congress by a voice vote, but it did fail to advance in the United States Senate. It includes the bill that Mr. McNerney and I introduced, the Artificial Intelligence for Consumer Product Safety legislation, along with, has been referenced, the Blockchain Innovation Act and the Digital Taxonomy Act. We are once again considering this bill because this is common sense legislation that should be signed into law to improve and modernize our consumer protection agencies. The Consumer Product Safety Commission has jurisdiction over 15,000 consumer products. Many of these are purchased online without the consumer reviewing or assessing the product in person. Throughout the time of the pandemic, Americans have sought to fulfill their needs through online shopping, and many companies and small businesses have innovative products and to further increase convenience of daily life. The pool of products available to consumers is continually expanding, putting further strain on the Consumer Product Safety Commission to ensure the safety of those products. While technological advances are increasing the number of types of products available for consumption, the Consumer Product Safety Commission can employ advanced technology to assist in that mission. This bill directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to use artificial intelligence for tracking injury trends, identifying consumer product hazards, monitoring the retail marketplace for the sale of recalled products, or identifying unsafe imported consumer products. Safe to say that when the Consumer Product Safety Commission was created, no one anticipated the sheer volume of material that would be being imported for which they now have responsibility. Artificial intelligence uses algorithms to quickly automate human functions and to help filter and analyze data. Artificial intelligence is already advancing capabilities in multiple sectors to better serve consumers by increasing capacity and enhancing outcomes. As artificial intelligence advances, it should be capable of helping predict fail rates and identifying problems in consumer products before they can significantly impact the market. If we want the United States to stay ahead of China and other global competitors, we must advance and utilize artificial intelligence in all appropriate products and processes. I can think of no better place to implement these capabilities than in the protection of products used every single day by American consumers. And I urge colleagues to support this bill. Again, it passed the last Congress on a voice vote. We should advance it today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to another sponsor of the bill from our committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Pallone, Chairwoman Schakowsky, Representative McNerney, Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers, my fellow Floridian Ranking Member Bilirakis, and Representative Guthrie for bringing forward these key bills on technology. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, and cryptocurrency are playing a growing importance in our daily lives and are going to be an economic driver for the 21st century economy. Blockchain, in essence, is a fixed ledger. Once you add data or a transaction, it cannot be changed. Therefore, it makes the data have integrity. It makes sure that as we're doing transactions and adding data over the internet, that it can't be changed and that there's certainty to it. That's why it's so critical. And then once we add AI to analyze this fixed data, we could help solve some of the largest problems that we face as a nation. Healthcare, climate change, to be two examples. The delivery of personal protective equipment during a pandemic. And of course, cryptocurrency allows for small businesses in particular to provide services across the world without the transaction costs of exchanging currencies. It'll help with remittances and other ways that we can modernize our economy. It's essential that the United States continue to be a global leader in these emerging technologies to ensure our democratic values remain at the forefront of this technological development. Authoritarian regimes like China and Russia are investing heavily in these areas. It's absolutely critical for the free world to invest and to win the future in these areas. Also, as a responsible global leader, the United States must strike appropriate balance in providing an environment that fosters innovation while ensuring appropriate consumer protection. That's why I'm proud to work with Representative McNerney on H.R. 3723. It includes parts of the Digital Taxonomy Act and all of the Blockchain Innovation Act. As many of you know, blockchain technology will be helpful in the ways that we discussed already. First, H.R. 3639, the Blockchain Innovation Act, directs the Department of Commerce, in consultation with the FCC, to conduct a study and submit to Congress a report on the state of blockchain technology in commerce, including its use to reduce fraud and increase security. I thank Representative Guthrie for co-sponsoring and co-introducing this bill, and it's a first step towards a long-term goal of setting up a blockchain center of excellence in the Department of Commerce. In addition, the Digital Taxonomy Act requires a similar report from the FCC to report recommendations on deceptive practices, the FTC, and the relationship between the FTC, the SEC, and the CFTC. I thank Representative Davidson for his co-sponsorship. When we look at market volatility, the use of cryptocurrency for ransomware and recent attacks like the Colonial Pipeline and in tax evasion, it's critical that we get in on the front end of this. So I'm pleased to work with Representative McNerney, and thank you all and urge your support.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the very important member of the executive, the Energy and Commerce Full Committee, and also the subcommittee, Representative Lesko from Arizona.
The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3723, the Consumer Safety Technology Act. This is important legislation that helps the U.S. solidify its position as a world leader in technology and innovation while protecting our constituents. This legislation builds on the American Compete Act, which sought to remove burdensome regulatory barriers to promote American innovation and consider how safely using artificial intelligence can transform the future. This is also a critical step in maintaining our global competitive edge in emerging technologies over foreign adversaries like China. It will make us less reliant on these bad actors for important technologies. The Consumer Safety and Technology Act establishes a pilot program to explore how to safely use artificial intelligence to protect consumers from unsafe products while advancing cutting-edge American innovation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the chairwoman of the subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the authors of this legislation, Representatives McNerney, Burgess, Soto. Guthrie and Davidson, this bipartisan legislation. The federal government should put the incredible technological innovation of the last few years to work for the American people, and that's exactly what this bill does. Promotes the use of artificial intelligence in product safety and studies how blockchain can protect consumers. Regulators and will be stronger, and the American consumer will be safer when we consider how these technologies can help them achieve this mission. Part of the mission of the Federal Trade Commission is to protect consumers from unfair and deceptive business practices. It is important to keep track of any such practices in the digital token ecosystem, where unscrupulous business people may be seeking to take advantage of the vast wealth created by digital tokens. This bill directs the Federal Trade Commission to report on its work keeping users of the digital token system safe, and emerging technologies pose both perils and promises. And that is why we must direct federal agencies to make sure that consumers are safe in the workplace. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields, the gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers. I'm prepared to close. Yes? Okay. Well, this is a very important bill. We've got to get it past the finish line this time, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge support for this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3723? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3182, the Safe Sleep for Babies Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3182, a bill to provide that inclined sleepers for infants and crib bumpers shall be considered banned hazardous products under Section 8 of the Consumer Product Safety Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3182.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 3182, the Safe Sleep for Babies Act. This is an important piece of legislation. It was reintroduced this Congress by Vice Chair Cardenas and Chair Schakowsky of our Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee. Parents and caregivers deserve peace of mind that any infant sleep product they buy is consistent with long-standing safe sleep recommendations that babies should only sleep on their backs on a firm, flat surface free of extra bedding. This legislation would ban 2 very dangerous products for babies that defy safe sleep best practices and have tragically taken far too many infant lives, and those are inclined sleepers and crib bumpers. To date, inclined sleepers have been linked to at least 94 infant fatalities, and crib bumpers have contributed to at least 107 deaths. Inclined sleepers position babies on a dangerous incline that can lead to the baby's airway becoming obstructed, among other hazard patterns. Crib bumpers create an unnecessary suffocation, entrapment, and strangulation risk for babies. There's simply no reason either of these products should still be on the market. And yet both the inclined sleepers and crib bumpers are heavily marketed and remain widely available online and on store shelves. Many parents, grandparents, and caregivers continue to purchase these products wholly unaware of the grave risks they pose to babies. Since April 2019, when Consumer Reports first reported on the deadly toll of infant-inclined products, an independent expert hired by the CPSC has confirmed that all sleep products with inclines greater than 10 degrees pose serious dangers to infants. Earlier this month, the CPSC approved a strong new federal safety standard on infant sleep products that will effectively prohibit infant-inclined sleepers. However, the new safety standard will not take effect for some time, and there's still no federal standard to eliminate the hazard posed by crib bumpers. And that's why this bill is necessary. H.R. 3182 bans crib bumpers along with inclined sleepers, and it will take effect 6 months after the date of enactment, making sure strong protections for babies are not needlessly delayed. So we have to take action on this bill, Mr. Speaker, today to protect babies across the nation, and I call on my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3182, the Safe Sleep for Babies Act. I want to thank Mr. Cardenas and, of course, Chair Schakowsky for their hard work on this bill. H.R. 3182 addresses the risk of danger that infants face from inclined sleepers and crib bumpers. This bill bans all products with an inclined sleep surface greater than 10 degrees to address the tragic deaths related to inclined sleepers and any crib bumper intended to cover the sides of a crib or that prevent access to openings in the sides of a crib. I'm also ready to work with my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee to help protect Americans from potentially harmful products, and that's the reason I requested this subcommittee. So I urge my colleagues to support this particular measure, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume to the chair of the subcommittee and one of the main sponsors of the bill, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my ranking member because this is such an important bipartisan bill that is designed to save lives. My colleague Tony Cardenas and I introduced the Safe Sleep for Babies Act after the release of several devastating reports linking inclined sleep products and crib bumpers to infant death. This urgently needed legislation will add these dangerous products to the list of banned hazardous products under the Consumer Product Safety Commission. The science is clear. The safest sleep environment for babies is a flat, firm, bare surface with no restraints or soft bedding. Infant-inclined sleep products and crib bumpers are dangerous and should not be on the market at all. If we do not pass this legislation, companies could continue to sell products that can harm and even kill infants. And infants will continue to be harmed if we don't act now. As a mother and grandmother, I know that we must act now to ensure that no more babies die from unsafe sleep products, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman.
I actually do have one.
Okay.
Gentleman
Then
reserves.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to address the House advise and extend.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me rise with a great deal of concern and as well rightness and enthusiasm to support the Safe Sleep for Babies Act of 2021. Our children are our most precious resource, and no one knows how to confront parents or to address parents who have had a child lose their life because of devices that were sold to them to comfort their babies. The Safe Sleep Act of 2021, for babies in particular, are going to help take those products off that heretofore have gone without discovery, without assessment, and without penalty. Devices that are in cribs and bassinets that have not been assessed to cause death. Babies have been losing their lives to frightened parents, shocked parents, caretakers, grandparents. What a tragedy to lose that infant in the early part of their life through no fault of the caretaker, the parent, and certainly to that baby. This legislation, I hope, will find its way quickly through the United States Senate and as well find its way quickly to the President's desk. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, we have frighteningly seen over the past weeks and months the loss of life of children through gun violence. We have a responsibility from the very birth of a child, from its time to come to be with its loving family, to find a way to protect and preserve its life. Babies, again, are enormously precious. I think this legislation is long overdue, and I ask my colleagues to support the Safe Sleep for Babies Act of 2021. I'm glad to join the Energy and Commerce Committee and its original sponsor, Mr. Cardenas, to be able to hopefully move this bill as quickly as possible. I yield back.
The woman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers. I'm prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this very important bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I would also ask support for the bill and yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3182? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purposes? The gentleman from Montana rise.
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1314, the Sturdy Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1314, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a consumer product safety rule for freestanding clothing storage units to protect children from tip-over-related death or injury and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1314.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1314, the Sturdy Act. I want to begin by thanking Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee Chair Schakowsky for championing and reintroducing this critical piece of legislation, which will help protect children from deadly furniture tip-overs. Tip-overs remain one of the top 5 hidden hazards in the home. According to new data from the Consumer Product Safety Commission, between 2000 and 2019, tip-over incidents have been linked to more than 450 child fatalities and tens of thousands more injuries. Every 46 minutes, a child is injured in a tip-over incident. Victims tend to be young children who are curious and creative, eager to climb and play make-believe with the world around them, But dressers pose a deadly danger, and their crushing weight can lead to tragedy in just minutes. And these incidents often happen silently, too. Parents who've lost children from furniture tip-overs report never hearing the dresser falling because the child's body had absorbed the brunt of the impact, or a child was pinned in such a way that he or she couldn't even scream or cry out. The current voluntary furniture stability standards are woefully inadequate and have not stopped children from dying from unstable dressers. In March, Consumer Reports reported on 2 tip-over incidents, including 1 death, that happened within 1 week of each other, highlighting the ongoing and urgent need for this life-saving legislation. Our children deserve a strong mandatory standard that keeps them safe from such a common household danger. Right now, the current voluntary standard only applies to dresses 30 inches or taller, despite multiple fatalities and injuries involving shorter dressers. Also, the voluntary testing doesn't incorporate the upper weight range for children affected by tip-overs. It also ignores real-world dynamics, such as the movement of drawers and different flooring surfaces that a dresser might be resting on. The Sturdy Act would finally establish a strong mandatory furniture stability safety standard and protect children from being crushed under the weight of their bedroom furniture. This legislation will save lives, and that's why I call on my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This bill directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to issue a consumer product safety standard for clothing storage units to protect children from tip-over related injuries, as the chairman stated. The CPSC has recognized this as one of the top 5 potential hidden hazards in the home, with an average of 1 child fatality every 2 weeks from falling furniture and appliances. It's good to restate it because people need to know. We support this bill moving forward with House passage today, and I thank the chairman of the subcommittee, my colleague, Ms. Schakowsky, for championing this bill, along with Mr. Cardenas and all the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Thank you for your efforts. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1314, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman who reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield now such time as she may consume again to the chairwoman of this subcommittee and the sponsor of this bill. I'm sure many have noticed today that many of these bills that protect consumers, particularly children, have been championed by Ms. Schakowsky. I yield to her.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since 2000, more than 460 children have died from furniture tip-overs. And the Consumer Product Safety Commission has reported that tip-overs cause an average of 25,500 emergency room treated injuries every year as children are crushed, trapped, or stuck by furniture. These deaths and injuries should never have happened in the first place, but they continue to happen because current furniture stability standards are both inadequate and only voluntary. We can't continue to allow the furniture industry to regulate itself. It hasn't worked, and it has come at a cost of children's lives. And that is why I have reintroduced the legislation, the Sturdy Act, H.R. 1314, which would strengthen and make mandatory furniture stabilization standards for clothing storage units. No parent should have to worry about their children being injured or worse by a piece of furniture. I want to give a special shout out to the organization Kids in Danger that has been advocating for this for a long time, and for the moms who came to this Congress and told the stories of their lost children because of these tip-overs. Their stories have moved everyone who has heard them, and it's time now that we act. We can do something to help prevent these furniture tip-overs and put our nation's children in danger. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers. Yes, so I'm prepared to close. I want to thank Chairwoman Schakowsky again for championing this very important bill. The best ideas come from the people, from our constituents, and I urge passage of this bill swiftly. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1314? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3841, the Tribal Health Data Improvement Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3841, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act with respect to the collection and availability of health data with respect to Indian tribes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3841.
Without objection, so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, American Indian and Alaska Native communities experience disproportionately worse health outcomes than other groups in the United States. The root causes of these poor health outcomes are complex, but unfortunately not surprising. For centuries, American Indian and Alaska Native communities have been displaced and damaged by violence, poverty, disease, and adverse social conditions. As a result, tribal members live shorter lives than any other demographic group. And unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has also devastated tribal communities. According to data from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, American Indians and Alaska Natives are at greater risk of COVID-19 infection and more than 3 times more likely to be hospitalized. Moreover, there are significant gaps in data collection, and the full picture of the disease burden is really unknown. So it's important for us to improve tribal health data collection efforts so that we can improve health outcomes. Tribal epidemiological centers manage regional public health information systems, disease prevention and control services. These centers also collaborate with other public health authorities to study, collect, and analyze epidemiological data. Clear communication and coordination by federal, state, and local public health departments is necessary to the success and security of these efforts. So the bill before us, H.R. 3841, the Tribal Health Data Improvement Act, equips tribal communities with enhanced resources to collect public health data and adapt public health programs to improve health outcomes. The bill clarifies the federal government's role in the collection and distribution of public health and disease surveillance data. It does this by creating a strategy to share information with the Indian Health Service, Indian tribes and organizations, and tribal epidemiological centers. The legislation requires the Secretary of Health and Human Services to release all applicable public health data to tribal entities within 180 days of enactment. It also requires the CDC to encourage and enhance collaborative efforts between states and tribal organizations to synergize data collection. And finally, the bill reauthorizes the National Center for Health Statistics with an additional $185 million in funding to implement the programs established by the legislation. So I want to thank Representatives Mullen and O'Halloran for their bipartisan efforts to bringing this bill forward. They're always champions for the tribes, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, I rise today in support of H.R. 3841, the Tribal House Data Improvement Act of 2021, introduced by my Energy and Commerce colleague, Representative Mullen, and actually Representative O'Halloran as well. This important public health bill addresses the chronic challenges faced by tribal nations and tribal epidemiology centers and gaining access to critical health care and public health surveillance data. Obtaining this data is necessary for engaging in preventative public health work and combating the current health crisis in American Indian and Alaska Native communities. Structural barriers to accessing data have been especially problematic during the COVID-19 pandemic, which has disproportionately impacted these communities. In order to ensure that tribal nations and tribal epidemiology centers have access to the data necessary to accomplish public health priorities, the bill requires the Secretary of HHS to create a data sharing strategy that takes into consideration the recommendations of the Secretary's Tribal Advisory Committee. In addition, in reauthorizing the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics, the bill requires the Secretary to make public health surveillance data available to the Indian Health Service, Indian tribes, the tribal organizations, and epidemiology centers, so long as the data requested for use is consistent with federal law and obligations. The Secretary must also consult with Indian tribes, tribal organizations, urban India organizations, and the Tribal Health Advisory Group of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to develop guidelines for state and local health agencies to improve the quality and accuracy of birth and death records of American Indians and Alaska Natives. It makes a lot of sense. By improving the sharing of data between the federal government and the tribes, this important bill would help address the health disparities in American Indian and Alaska Native communities. And I urge a yes vote on this particular bill. And I don't know if the gentleman has additional speakers. No? Okay, then I'm prepared to close. Let's pass this bill swiftly and get it to the Senate. I appreciate it very much, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3841? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purposes, the gentleman from Montana rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on all of these good bills that are being debated with strong bipartisan support from the Democratic side and the Republican side, when they go to a voice vote, Mr. Speaker, does there need to be even one no vote, which there has not been for this whole series, for a member to ask for a recorded vote?
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered, have been ordered.
No,
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 983, the Preventing Crimes Against Veterans Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 983, a bill to amend Title 18, United States Code, to provide an additional tool to prevent certain frauds against veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 983.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to support H.R. 983, the Preventing Crimes Against Veterans Act of 2021, bipartisan legislation that would make it a crime to knowingly engage in any scheme to defraud a veteran of his or her veterans' benefits. Our nation owes a great debt to veterans. There are currently about 18 million veterans in the United States military, men and women who selflessly served our nation. Unfortunately, many of our veterans, as a result of their service, have physical and mental scars. There are well over 1 million American veterans with service-connected disabilities, and 43% of post-9/11 veterans have a service-connected disability, which may entitle them to certain benefits. Receipt of benefits requires the veteran to file an application and undergo a thorough review by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Sometimes these benefits are granted outright. Other times, the veteran must appeal their initial denial to receive the benefits they deserve. Under current law, the VA allows agents or attorneys to assess a nominal fee to assist claimants who are appealing different aspects of their benefits. They are not permitted, however, to charge for services related to the initial preparation and filing of their claims. Accordingly, it is currently illegal for a non-attorney or a person not registered as an agent to assist such initial claims. The rationale for this prohibition is that many veterans may fall victim to benefit fraud schemes where individuals may divert benefits or apply for benefits that should not be awarded. To enforce this prohibition, federal prosecutors currently rely on the wire and mail fraud statutes to ensure that non-attorneys or non-registered agents do not assist in benefit applications or unlawfully divert benefits. However, if an unauthorized individual offers a veteran assistance in person, they cannot be prosecuted under current fraud statutes. The wire and mail fraud statutes do not extend to in-person fraudulent schemes. The Preventing Crimes Against Veterans Act would close this critical loophole and would ensure that in-person benefit fraud schemes may also be prosecuted. For example, in one instance, the scammer held briefing seminars in a senior community. He asked the staff to round up the veterans, then used high-pressure sales tactics to coerce the veterans to apply for benefits. In-person solicitation like this requires no electronic or mail transmission and thus evades wire and mail fraud criminal prohibitions. Other reports indicate that scammers have also been known to hand out flyers outside of VA medical centers and VA regional offices to identify unwitting veterans. These examples are precisely why closing this loophole is so critically important. Under H.R. 983, anyone convicted of such a crime could be fined, imprisoned, or be subject to both penalties. By adopting this bill, Congress would affirm the integrity of the benefits program and would protect veterans and their survivors who receive payments, such as those to veterans with service-connected disabilities, pensions for veterans with limited incomes, and education and training payments under the GI Bill. In recognition of the extreme sacrifice by our veterans and the hardships many of them continue to face after their military service, it is our duty to provide to the best of our ability an appropriate measure of compensation for them, particularly for those who are in need. This legislation would ensure that attempts to defraud them of the benefits they need and deserve may be fully prosecuted. I commend the bill's sponsors, Mr. Deutsch and Mr. Fitzpatrick, for their hard work and their bipartisan efforts to address this critical problem. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today makes a small but significant change to the federal fraud statutes to protect veterans from criminals who seek to steal their benefits. It does so by inserting a new provision into the criminal code to complement the mail and wire fraud statutes. Unfortunately, there have been reports in recent years of criminals entering nursing homes in search of elderly veterans with the intent to defraud them of their federal benefits. Like many crimes of fraud, these fraudsters present themselves to their victims as a helping hand in a time of need. This is a truly despicable crime worthy of this body's attention. This legislation has passed this House 3 times by overwhelming margins, including a vote of 417 to 0 last Congress. Our men and women in uniform have sacrificed much for us. They have earned our gratitude, our respect, and our protection. Mr. Speaker, there is little in my mind more contemptuous than someone who tries to defraud a veteran of what they have earned in defense of our country. We must put an end to this fraud. I urge all my colleagues to support this measure. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deitch.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Chairman Nadler. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 983, the Preventing Crimes Against Veterans Act. Financial fraud is an increasingly sophisticated enterprise. The unfortunate reality is that our nation's veterans have become one of its biggest new targets. Far too often, so-called pension poachers prey on elderly veterans. They use high-pressure sales pitches to con vulnerable veterans, survivors, and their families out of their hard-earned and well-deserved benefits. Scammers make big promises, knowing that they will never be able to deliver. In the end, they leave veterans with their personal information and financial security compromised. These criminals not only prey on our veterans, they prey on every American taxpayer who wants to do right by those who have served our country. Sadly, the COVID-19 pandemic has only made the situation worse, as scams have been on the rise. The VA, community groups, and veteran service organizations are working to alert and educate our communities about these scams. But Congress must ensure that we do not let pension poachers get away with taking advantage of those who have served. Unfortunately, our current laws fail to keep up with the increasing complexity of these fraudulent schemes. This bill will give federal prosecutors the tools they need to target criminals who actively work to avoid current mail and wire fraud statutes. It will specifically outlaw attempts to defraud veterans of their benefits. It is past time that we take action to crack down on pension poachers and other fraudsters who prey on our veterans. I want to thank the Palm Beach County Veterans Services Office, Greg Dover, Jose Capellan, Ron Hultgren, Andrew Reese, and Yolanda Asante. They are working hard to help veterans receive their benefits, and they first raised the troubling rise of pension poaching with me years ago. I want to thank Congressman Fitzpatrick for his leadership on this important bipartisan effort. Again, I want to thank Mr. Nadler and the gentleman from North Carolina. I'm thankful to every member of this body who voted to pass this legislation last Congress 417 to 0. And I would again ask my colleagues to support and honor our veterans by passing the Preventing Crimes Against Veterans Act. Our veterans have done so much to protect this nation. It is now our turn, and with this bill, an opportunity for us to help protect them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Nadler. I'm proud to lend my voice in support of H.R. 983, the Preventing Crimes Against Veterans Act, and congratulate the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for his work again on an enormously common sense bill. This bill is a common sense and needed bipartisan fix to close a loophole in federal law that allows con artists who make in-person pitches to defraud veterans of their well-earned benefits. My state of Texas is home to nearly 1.5 million veterans, and the state of Texas operates a large network of nursing homes for veterans. All of us have heard stories in our offices through our veterans caseworker of the horrible, horrible attacks on veterans because of the benefits they receive. Yes, financial attacks, and they are attacks. Attacks, unlike the battlefield when they can defend themselves, these attacks, they cannot. Veterans at these homes and veterans seeking treatment and medical treatment facilities may be susceptible to the in-person grifters falsely claiming that they can facilitate the provisions of additional veterans benefits. This bill would help hold scammers accountable and allow the Department of Justice to protect the integrity of veterans benefit programs. Protecting veterans and their survivors from these types of in-person scams is particularly important since so many depend on service-connected disability payments. As chair of the Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security Committee, I'm focused on addressing fraud and other veterans issues. To that end, I ask my colleagues here today to join me as I also work on legislation to buttress veterans' courts and to make them more equitable and successful rehabilitation models. I thank my colleague, the Judiciary Committee Representative Ted Deutsch, for championing this bill and persisting in his effort. I ask support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, the gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Congress owes a continuing debt to veterans. This bill would help protect the more than 1 million veterans diagnosed with service-connected disabilities who receive related benefits, as well as the thousands who are undiagnosed and may apply for such benefits in the future. Helping to ensure that their benefits are protected against fraud, as H.R. 983 would do, is one way of expressing our appreciation for our veteran service. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 983? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. This is 983 as amended. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purposes, gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2694, the Criminal Judicial Administration Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 41, H.R. 2694, a bill to amend Title 18, United States Code, to provide for transportation and subsistence for criminal justice defendants and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2694.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2694, the Criminal Judicial Administration Act of 2021, is bipartisan legislation that makes 2 modest but important amendments to current law, promoting the efficient, effective, and fair administration of justice. The first part of this bill concerns out-of-custody criminal defendants, particularly those who are released pending trial, to live in communities that are located far from the courthouse where their cases are being heard. Most federal criminal defendants are detained pending trial. The U.S. Marshal Service is responsible for housing and transporting them to court hearings, including trial. Under current law, the court may order the marshals to provide funds for a criminal defendant who is released pending trial but who cannot afford the cost of travel to the location of the courthouse for required court proceedings. However, defendants must fund their own way back home, and defendants in this position are not able to receive financial support from the marshals for subsistence, such as lodging and meals. For an indigent defendant, these costs are sometimes insurmountable. For years, federal courts have struggled with how to assist indigent defendants when they find themselves in these difficult situations. Unfortunately, the court's efforts have come up against the text of the statute. This bill would authorize courts, in the interest of justice, to order the U.S. Marshals to cover round-trip travel and subsistence for defendants who must attend court hearings but who cannot afford to pay this on their own. The Judicial Conference of the United States has urged us to correct this grave unfairness, and I am pleased to see that we are finally doing so with this bill. The second part of this bill, concerning federal magistrate judges, is also supported by the Judicial Conference. Magistrate judges have trial jurisdiction over certain misdemeanors, except for Class A misdemeanors, for which the maximum sentence is up to 1 year in custody. With the defendant's consent, however, a magistrate judge may exercise trial jurisdiction over a case involving a Class A misdemeanor. Magistrate judges frequently do so, and often hear Class A misdemeanor cases all the way through judgment and sentencing. Under current law, a magistrate judge's jurisdiction ends after judgment is entered in a misdemeanor case, and post-judgment jurisdiction reverts to the district court. Indeed, magistrate judges are not authorized to hear post-judgment motions, such as motions to vacate a sentence, even though they're the ones that handled the entire matter at the trial level and are best equipped to hear such post-judgment motions. Among other things, this bill would authorize a magistrate judge to hear post-judgment motions in misdemeanor cases in which he or she exercised trial jurisdiction. This amendment clearly improves judicial economy and makes perfect sense. This is a straightforward and bipartisan measure that will help our criminal justice system operate in a more effective and fair manner. I thank Mr. Jeffries and Mr. Roy for sponsoring this legislation, and I urge all members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2694, the Criminal Judicial Administration Act of 2021. This bill strengthens existing laws that provide for the transportation and subsistence for indigent criminal defendants when they are brought to court proceedings. H.R. 2694 also allows a magistrate judge to finally decide post-judgment motions in a misdemeanor case where that magistrate judge was the judge who handled the underlying case. This provision will improve the efficiency of our court system by allowing our courts to manage caseloads in a more economical manner. I want to thank the bipartisan sponsors of this legislation and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2694, the Criminal Judicial Administration Act of 2021. This legislation reflects another step in our ongoing work, commitment to ensure that justice is administered fairly and equally in this country. The first part of the bill relates to our federal pretrial system, and I thank Mr. Nadler, our chairman, and of course the author of this bill, Mr. Jeffries of New York. As we work on changes to our pretrial system, we must also make certain that indigent defendants who are released on bail pending trial but live far away from the courthouse in which they must appear can make it to the court for required appearances. As the chair of the Crime, Terrorism, Homeland Security Committee, it is our committee that deals with the criminal justice system and the system that should be fair to victim and alleged perpetrator. That means that individuals who are defendants and aren't indigent must be able to get to the courthouse in order to assure a fair justice system. For out-of-custody defendants, the financial and emotional toll of making required court appearances is considerable. It can mean missing time off from sorely needed jobs, sometimes without compensation, or shifting scarce household resources to make it to court on time and to avoid rearrest for failure to appear. These challenges are heightened for defendants who have cases pending in districts that are far from where they live. This distance can also lead to unnecessary pretrial detention as courts wrestle with how to ensure that defendants who live out of their districts can make required court appearances. This is a common sense legislative initiative. H.R. 2694 gives courts the ability to direct the U.S. Marshals to provide for round-trip travel and subsistence for indigent defendants or those who cannot otherwise afford those costs to attend court during the pendency of their cases. This is an important step in our work on federal pretrial reform and, as I said, common sense and fairness of the system. The second part of the bill promotes judicial economy by allowing magistrate judges to oversee the entirety of the cases in which they exercise trial jurisdiction. This administrative step is important for our overburdened federal judiciary and our efforts to fairly administer justice to all individuals. That is certainly the responsibility of those of us on the House Judiciary Committee. I thank Representative Jeffries for his work on this bill, which I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no other speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to improve the administration of justice through our court system by supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Judicial Administration Act of 2021 would make several critical changes to improve the operation of our federal criminal justice system. I commend Representative Hakeem Jeffries and Chip Roy for introducing the legislation, as well as their bipartisan co-sponsors for their leadership in bringing these important issues to our attention. I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2694? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the
Mr.
rules
Speaker.
are for what purposes? Gentleman from Montana rise.
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes, gentlemen from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2922, the Elder Abuse Protection Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 40, H.R. 2922. A bill to amend the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act to authorize the Elder Justice Initiative to require that online resources of such initiative are made available in Spanish and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Consent that all members of 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2922.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2922, the Bipartisan Elder Abuse Protection Act of 2021. This bill would make permanent the Department of Justice's Elder Justice Initiative and would assign the initiative a number of critical responsibilities that would protect vulnerable seniors from fraud and abuse. The bill includes critical elder abuse preventive measures, including an obligation to post elder abuse prevention resources online, to coordinate with the Office of Tribal Justice to address elder fraud on reservations, and to publish Spanish-language elder fraud and abuse materials. Additionally, the bill would authorize the Department's operation of the National Elder Fraud Hotline. These changes are a testament to the importance this Congress places on elder justice and its continued commitment to address emerging elder fraud issues. Sadly, tens of thousands of elderly Americans are abused and exploited every day. By one estimate, American seniors lose at least $2.9 billion each year due to financial abuse and exploitation. The U.S. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau similarly estimates that elder Americans suffer an average annual loss of $34,200 due to fraud. Tragically, instances of elder fraud and abuse have only gone up. From 2013 to 2017, financial scams and other crimes targeting older Americans quadrupled. Elderly individuals are vulnerable to abuse on account of a myriad of factors, with social isolation and mental impairment, such as dementia or Alzheimer's disease, playing outsized roles. By making permanent and expanding the Elder Justice Initiative's mandate, the Department of Justice can more effectively protect our nation's seniors and prosecute instances of elder abuse. At a time when seniors are perhaps at their most vulnerable, it only makes sense that the government redouble its efforts to protect America's seniors. It is particularly important that marginalized elder communities get the educational and preventive resources they need. The Elder Abuse Protection Act does exactly that by requiring that the Elder Justice Initiative coordinate with the Office of Tribal Justice on how to address elder abuse on reservations. This provision would mean fewer elder Indigenous Americans will fall victim to exploitation. The bill also makes permanent the Elder Abuse Fraud Hotline. With the hotline, concerned Americans can report instances of elder abuse directly to the Department of Justice, and victims can obtain support and resources they need. The Elder Abuse Protection Act also requires that the Elder Justice Initiative share their materials online and in Spanish. More Americans will have access to the DOJ's resources. Greater access to those materials is critical so that older Latinos, who comprise almost 4 million individuals, can also access these crucial resources. In short, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2922 redoubles the government's commitment to preventing elder fraud and abuse and to ensuring that seniors have access to the resources they need. I thank Representatives Garcia and Spartz, the sponsors of this bipartisan legislation, for their vision and their leadership on this important issue. I strongly support this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2922. The Elder Abuse Protection Act builds on President Trump's strong record of protecting America's seniors and responding to elder abuse in America. In 2017, President Trump signed into law the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act to improve the justice system's response to victims in elder abuse and exploitation cases. In 2018, President Trump signed an executive order that established a task force within the Justice Department that placed a new emphasis on the growing problems of cyber fraud and fraud targeting the elderly. Attorney General Barr appointed a National Elder Justice Coordinator to oversee the department's work to combat elder fraud. Because of the Trump administration's work, all 94 U.S. attorneys' offices now have a prosecutor dedicated to focus on the most pressing elder justice issues in each jurisdiction. The department also established an elder justice initiative to support and coordinate the department's enforcement and programmatic efforts to combat elder abuse, neglect, and financial fraud cases and scams that target our seniors. This bill codifies the Trump administration's Elder Justice Initiative as a program within the Department of Justice. President Trump and his administration led on protecting American seniors. The bill before us today will make permanent the thoughtful and successful initiatives implemented by President Trump and Attorney General Barr. I'm pleased that my colleagues across the aisle recognize the leadership of President Trump and Attorney General Barr in these important areas. I want to thank the co-sponsor and the sponsor and co-sponsor of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 3 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I rise in strong support of the bipartisan Elder Abuse Protection Act. I proudly sponsored this legislation because, quite frankly, back in the day when I was a geriatric social worker, I saw firsthand the abuse as consumers that our seniors are targeted against. And this bill will help ensure that our seniors today, the group that most disproportionately was impacted by the COVID-19, are not continuing as targets of fraudulent crimes. I thank Representative Sparks for joining me in this legislation. This March, the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Internet Crime Complaint Center released its 2020 Internet Crime Report, noting it received over 105,301 complaints, over 100,000 complaints, from victims over the age of 60. That was a whopping 54% increase from the 2019 numbers of 68,000 complaints. And if you look at the cost and value of these complaints, it was $966 million, and approximately 15% increase of the 2019 numbers of $835 million. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, is that these statistics reflect only those complaints in which the victim voluntarily provided their age range as over 60, so there may be even more. Victims over the age of 60 are targeted by perpetrators because they are believed to have significant, reliable financial resources. The evidence is clear. As the United States ages, diversifies, and modernizes, the number of older adults experiencing elder abuse is unfortunately also projected to increase, and elder abuse assessment measures and interventions are critical. This intervention is even more urgent for Latinos in our country who lack access to resources and information in their preferred language. In 2017, the United States Department of Health and Human Services estimated that the Latino population in the United States, age 65 and over, was over 4 million people. By 2060, the department projects the population of elderly Latinos in America to grow to 19.9 million, or 21% of the overall American elderly population. That is a huge number and growing. Given these rapid growth rates and projected increases, public online resources should be made available to Americans with limited English proficiency. Providing Spanish language resources to the public will therefore reach an underserved population and will provide an important resource to millions of residents in the United States of America, especially to my home state of Texas. Unfortunately, due to quarantine measures and limitations on visiting facilities and nursing homes.
Mr. Speaker, I grant the gentlelady 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Unfortunately, due to the quarantine measures and limitation on visiting facilities and nursing homes, it has made it easier for abuse, neglect, and fraud to go undetected. That is why this important legislation makes permanent a national elder fraud hotline, requires the Elder Justice Coordinator to consult with the Office of Tribal Justice and designees on legal aid issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz.
Thank
The
you.
gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2922, the Elder Abuse Protection Act. As we have seen through the recent pandemic, American seniors are among the most vulnerable population. As a former state senator, I dealt with many issues our elderly Hoosiers are facing in their lives. The Trump administration made great strides in achieving justice for elderly Americans victimized by fraud and abuse. By standing up the Elder Justice Initiative, the administration charged nearly 1,000 defendants with fraud, totaling over $2.2 billion. The Elder Abuse Protection Act makes permanent this initiative, which will continue its important work under this bill to ensure criminals are held accountable. This legislation is a very important step in the right direction to protect and take care of the people who used to care for us. I would like to thank my colleague, Representative Sylvia Garcia, for leading this critical effort and urge my colleagues to support this good legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the ranking member for his presentation and the gentlelady for her presentation. Thank you to the chairman. I'm proud to support H.R. 2922, the Elder Abuse Protection Act, that has been supported by my colleague from Texas, the Honorable Sylvia Garcia. As Chairman Nadler said in detail, the sheer number of elder abuse cases is astounding and shameful, and the pandemic has only worsened the economic and emotional circumstances that so many seniors face. This problem is particularly grave for linguistic minority groups. My hometown of Houston has a large Hispanic community, and I'm particularly concerned with efforts to exploit my elder Spanish-speaking constituents. In Texas, 20% of Hispanics are 65 years or older, One study of this population found that limited English proficiency was a barrier to accessing medical and social services. That's why the thoughtful legislation offered by Congresswoman Garcia is so very important, and its time is now. I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this bill because it would make permanent the Elder Justice Initiative in the Department of Justice and require it to translate into Spanish those resources the initiative makes available to the public. The cost of translating those education materials is small compared to the benefit they would bring. It would be a modest undertaking for the Department of Justice, given that DOJ already has litigation translation services in place. Lastly, this bill makes permanent the National Elder Fraud Hotline. Very important. Since March 2020, the hotline has answered tens of thousands of calls from elder Americans who have called in need of support, offering a service to get information on how to prevent elder fraud for the many elder Americans that don't have access to the internet. We all know the most vulnerable. These elders who have worked to build this country deserve to live their senior years in peace and tranquility and respect and dignity. They do not deserve to be taken advantage of by fraudulent individuals and fraudulent schemes and fraudulent practices. If we can do anything to help them, we should do it. This legislation strongly helps them, and I commend Ms. Garcia for championing this issue, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this much-needed legislation. I yield back my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The
I have
gentleman
no further
reserves.
speakers.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support this very worthy bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2922 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 961, the Justice for Juveniles Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 961, a bill to exempt juveniles from the requirements for suits by prisoners and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 961.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 961, the Justice for Juveniles Act. This bipartisan bill would eliminate the administrative exhaustion requirement for incarcerated youth before they may file a lawsuit challenging the conditions of their incarceration. By passing this bill today, the House would correct the manifest wrong currently present in federal law and would continue bipartisan efforts to support incarcerated youth. This bill recognizes the same conclusion that has been embraced by the Supreme Court and experts for decades, that incarcerated young people have different cognitive abilities than adults, are less mature, and have a higher chance of being assaulted while increased. In recent years, our nation has finally come to the realization that youths and adults have fundamentally different decision-making abilities. The Supreme Court has repeatedly cited adolescents' lack of maturity as a reason why they are not as culpable as adults for their actions or able to recognize certain dangers. Yet in current law, there are no allowances for these differences in cognitive abilities when it comes to addressing deficiencies in conditions of confinement. Complying with current law, which requires an understanding of detailed grievance procedures and timelines, is nearly impossible for most incarcerated youth. Compliance with grievance procedures not only requires an understanding of the grievance process, but on a more basic level, it requires that an incarcerated person be able to read, which sadly many incarcerated young people cannot do. According to one study, among incarcerated youth, 85% are functionally illiterate, and the baseline reading levels vary from grade 1 to grade 6. In addition, approximately 70% of incarcerated juveniles have at least one learning disability. Youth are furthermore less likely than adults to recognize as risks the circumstances they face in a correctional facility. Youth may not recognize the impending or imminent danger of some of the risks they face. Compounding these challenges, incarcerated youth as a group experience extraordinarily high rates of mental illness. Nearly 50% of incarcerated 16 to 18-year-olds suffer from a mental illness. Juveniles housed with adults are 10 times more likely to have psychotic episodes, and they have a suicide rate that is 7.7 times higher than those housed in judicial facilities. In recent years, the public has become more aware of the many dangers that lurk in correctional facilities. Hurricanes have flooded facilities, cold snaps have left prisoners freezing to death, and heat waves have killed prisoners when they lack proper ventilation or air conditions. These conditions pose a special danger to youth who do not have the ability or experience to recognize that they are in immediate danger. While natural disasters can pose an extraordinary risk to youth, prison life itself may also pose life-threatening dangers. Adolescents incarcerated with adults are also more prone to both physical and mental abuse. Youth are 50% more likely to be physically assaulted when they are housed in adult facilities than in juvenile facilities. Taken together, most incarcerated youth are simply not able to recognize or to effectively communicate when their prison conditions become dangerous or unconstitutionally deficient. There remains little doubt that the current process needs to be changed. This bill proposes a modest reform to the Prison Litigation Reform Act. It simply exempts youth in correctional facilities from having to comply with technical grievance procedures before they can go to court to challenge the unconstitutional conditions of their confinement. While I would like to see us do much more to protect incarcerated youth, this bill is a necessary first step. I thank Ms. Scanlon and Mr. Armstrong for introducing this bipartisan legislation, and I urge all members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 961, the Justice for Juveniles Act. This bill eliminates some of the administrative hurdles for juvenile prisoners seeking relief in federal court. Juvenile offenders often lack the knowledge to pursue and exhaust all of the complex administrative rules and grievance procedures in correctional facilities. H.R. 961 will address that problem by providing juvenile offenders with quicker access to courts when they feel they are being abused or mistreated. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be here today to advance the Justice for Juveniles Act. I want to thank Chairman Nadler, Leader Hoyer, and my colleague Congressman Armstrong for their support and partnership on this effort. The Prison Litigation Reform Act, or PLRA, was passed in 1996 in an effort to decrease so-called frivolous lawsuits brought by prisoners. Chief among the PLRA's mandates was a requirement that before seeking relief for civil rights violations in court, a detained person must exhaust administrative remedies. Whatever the merits of that underlying legislation, we now have broad bipartisan agreement that the language is overbroad in its application to juveniles. Studies have consistently shown that juveniles are both more likely to be abused while in detention and less likely to be able to navigate the administrative remedies that bar them from seeking relief. For those of us who have kids or who have worked with children, it's easy to imagine the difficulty a young person in detention might have navigating complex legal systems necessary to raise a complaint. Young people in the criminal or juvenile justice system are more likely than not to be functionally illiterate, and science has shown that the brain is not fully developed until a person is in their mid-20s. It's one of the many reasons our justice system makes a distinction between juvenile and adult offenses. That's what we hope to acknowledge with the Justice for Juveniles Act by exempting juveniles from the requirements of the PLRA. In addition, the PLRA also limits the kind of relief that juveniles might seek for civil rights violations while in detention. They cannot seek relief now for emotional injuries without physical ones as well. But studies show that youth are especially prone to psychological injury and abuse, which they often face in detention. And finally, the PLRA limits the recovery of attorney's fees in such cases. Again, juveniles are less likely to have independent resources to fund an attorney, so that makes it harder for young people to find an attorney to vindicate their rights. To those who might question whether we need to correct the PLRA, I offer the story of the Glen Mills schools, which inspired this bill. For almost 200 years, youth from across the United States were sent to Glen Mills when they ran afoul of the law. But the school's bucolic campus and renowned athletic teams masked serious daily violence inflicted upon children placed there. An explosive 2019 report by the Philadelphia Inquirer revealed years of sexual, physical, and psychological abuse of the young residents, including broken bones, threats of retaliation, and sustained physical assaults at the hands of staff members. Although the stories from Glen Mills were heartbreaking, they're not unique. Reports show that mistreatment of young people in juvenile facilities happens all the time across the country. Just this past March, despite the recent example of Glen Mills, children were removed from yet another juvenile detention facility just a few miles away after horrifying new allegations of abuse. This common sense, bipartisan legislation passed unanimously on the House floor last Congress and has the support of over 60 organizations. Thank you again to Chairman Nadler and the committee members and staff who helped advance this bill, and thank you to the dedicated leadership team who brought the bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation again, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much to the manager, the chairman of the full committee, Judiciary Committee, and to the manager for our friends on the other side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 961, the Justice for Juveniles Act. This is very close to my heart. We, as the chair of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, Homeland Security, working on these juvenile justice issues, and this is a necessary and important bipartisan bill that will save incarcerated young persons' lives. As indicated, chairing the subcommittee, we recently held a hearing entitled The Juvenile Justice Pipeline and the Road Back to Integration. I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for this very effective and important initiative. During the hearing, we heard testimony from witness after witness who acknowledged the body of scientific research that has been embraced by experts and that I've known and seen over the years as we've written legislation, and the Supreme Court demonstrating that juveniles do not have the same cognitive and emotional maturity as adults. In fact, there is data that says that brain does not mature until the age 25, fully mature. This bill makes a good change to the Prison Litigation Reform Act to take into account that the overwhelming majority of juveniles cannot comply with the law's complex grievance procedure by themselves. This bill is an important bipartisan step to ensuring incarcerated juveniles are rehabilitated and given the best chance possible to reintegrate into society. Just some statistics that I saw recently when I received a note about a graduation of foster children from high school, saying about 60% of those children not having a complete opportunity in life do not graduate from high school. And so these children wind up in these facilities. They should not. They should have a life. And therefore, we should be able, not associating foster care children with those incarcerated, but we do know the susceptibility to these children and others who don't have a steady hand in their life. This is an important step. So I thank my colleague on the Crime Subcommittee, Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, for authoring this bill. As I work on this legislation, it is important to note that to deal with a grievance system it requires an understanding of the grievance process, but on a more basic level, it requires that an incarcerated person be able to read. According to one study, we know that incarcerated youth are functionally illiterate in many instances, and the baseline reading levels vary from grade 1 to 6. That is a plague, if you will, on children in our society that can have a bright and wonderful life. In addition, approximately 70% of incarcerated juveniles have at least one learning disability. And we know that because of what happens in schools in the recent changed state laws where juveniles have been sent from the schoolhouse to the juvenile detention. This alone, I have additional 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I grant the gentlelady an extra 30 seconds.
The gentlelady is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
This alone justifies the changes in the bill, which simply allow incarcerated juveniles to go directly to court to have serious deficiencies in their incarceration, including allegations of assault, corrected. As I said, I want to thank my colleague, Representative Mary Gay Scanlon. As I work on legislation to achieve more extensive juvenile justice reform, I support the passage of this bill, common sense, overdue, and ask that my colleagues support this as well. I yield back my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I recognize myself for such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take a moment to note my agreement with the gentlewoman from Texas Point that the cognition of juveniles is not fully developed and that they should not be called upon to make unalterable, lifelong decisions under those circumstances. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Our prison systems are ideally meant to rehabilitate, but all too often they do exactly the opposite. They are frequently home to widespread, horrible abuse, including physical and sexual violence and unsanitary living conditions. It's unacceptable to subject any person to such conditions, but particularly our youth, to this kind of mistreatment. But our system makes it incredibly difficult for young people to file a legal complaint with huge burdens imposed if they want to file a lawsuit and major barriers to legal representation. I was a public defender here in Washington, D.C. at the start of my career, and I am certain that this is no way to treat children that we're trying to rehabilitate and prepare for society and prepare for success in their communities. These circumstances only make it more difficult for young people and children, and in fact, they keep them in abusive and delinquency cycles. This legislation, however, will remove some of those barriers for incarcerated juveniles to take their abusers to court and to seek remedies for mistreatment by their correctional institutions. This bill will take us one step closer to desperately needed reform in our criminal justice system and will help to protect our incarcerated youth. I really want to thank and applaud Congresswoman Scanlon for this important bipartisan legislation, and it's my honor to support it today. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I join the gentleman in urging my members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 961 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3239 to make improvements in the enactment of Title 41 United States Code into a positive law title and to improve the code.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3239, a bill to make improvements in the enactment of Title 41 United States Code into a positive law title and to improve the code.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, keeping track of the new laws Congress passes every session is a formidable challenge, but it is an essential part of maintaining the rule of law in our country, and it is a duty we take seriously in the House. The body of federal law is so large and complex at this point that it would be almost completely unmanageable without the United States Code. Currently consisting of 54 titles, the Code compiles the general and permanent laws of the United States into coherent subject areas. The Code makes our federal laws accessible both to the government officials who work to fairly administer them and to the private citizens who seek the benefits or relief the laws provide them. The Code did not appear magically out of thin air. Congress created it in 1926, and since that time it has been painstakingly constructed and updated by expert lawyers working under the supervision of the House. We all owe a great debt to the Office of Law Revision Counsel, whose attorneys ably carry out their statutory mandate to develop and keep current an official and positive codification of the laws of the United States, while maintaining strict impartiality as to legislative policy. Pursuant to the law governing their work, the Office of Law Revision Counsel has submitted this legislation containing amendments related to Title 41, which Congress recently enacted into positive law. It contains purely technical changes that update the U.S. Code to reflect the new status of these titles. I want to make it very clear that this bill does not change the meaning or effect of existing laws in any way. It is part of an ongoing effort to maintain the Code as an authoritative, accurate source of federal law. I would like to thank Mr. Fitzgerald for introducing this important legislation, and I urge all members to support the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3239, introduced by my friend from Wisconsin, Representative Fitzgerald. Public Law 111-350, which was signed into law on January 4, 2011, enacted Title 41 of the United States Code by restating existing laws relating to public contracts. H.R. 3239 makes clarifying and technical improvements by updating statutory references to Title 41. Article 1, Clause 18 of the Constitution tasks Congress with making all laws necessary and proper for carrying into execution its vested powers. The clarity of legislation is imperative for the other branches to implement and the citizen to follow. The Office of Law Revision Counsel prepares the titles of the U.S. Code and other technical updates to the Code by combining enacted laws by the same subject matter. H.R. 3239 is a product of that effort. Providing clarity in the federal government public contracting process allows for transparency and lowers potential barriers to entry, which will give more businesses the opportunity to compete in the bidding process. I appreciate the work of OLRC and Representative Fitzgerald on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I again urge my colleagues to pass the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to pass the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3239? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3241 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3241, a bill to make improvements in the enactment of Title 54 United States Code into a positive law title and to improve the code.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3241.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just like H.R. 3239, this bill has been prepared by the Office of Law Revision Counsel, and it makes a number of technical changes to update Title 54 of the United States Code while making no substantive changes in law. I thank the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush, for introducing this legislation, and I urge all members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3241, introduced by Representative Bush, which makes technical changes to Title 54 of the United States Code relating to National Park Service and related programs. Title 54 was enacted by Public Law 113-287 on December 19, 2014. Laws to codify titles of the code do not create new law. They simply restate the many laws that Congress has already created in a more organized and readable manner. After codifying a new title in the code, often other technical corrections through the rest of the code are needed to update cross-references to that new title. This bill does just that. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3241. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3241 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 704, the Artistic Recognition for Talented Students Act, or the Arts Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 704, a bill to amend Section 708 of Title 17 United States Code to permit the Register of Copyrights to waive fees for filing an application for registration of a copyright claim in certain circumstances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 704, a bill that would help introduce promising young students who have won either the Congressional Art Competition or the Congressional App Challenge to the intellectual property system by waiving the fee for those students to apply for a copyright registration for their winning work. I applaud Mr. Jeffries for introducing this bipartisan bicameral legislation with Ms. Mace, along with their bipartisan co-sponsors. Many of us in this chamber know just how important intellectual property rights are to our country and our economy. Yet studies show that awareness of intellectual property is lacking among the country's students, even if they pursue fields that are IP intensive. The Arts Act helps close this awareness gap early on and allows these students to participate in the intellectual property system without a financial burden. It builds on Congress' work to encourage the creativity of our nation's youth with the establishment of the Congressional Art Competition nearly 40 years ago and the Congressional App Challenge more recently in 2013. In the art competition, members host a district-wide contest in which high school students compete to have their artwork hang in the halls of Congress. In the App Challenge, middle and high school students show off their computer coding skills and compete against others in their district. Year after year in both of these competitions, the talent our students display is remarkable. Through both, we continue to see our youth encouraged to develop their artistic and technical talents as Congress intended. The Arts Act makes these competitions even more impactful. Under the bill, students may apply to register a copyright for their winning artwork or winning app for free. This introduces these students to the intellectual property system and the benefits of copyright protection. Under current law, the Register of Copyrights cannot waive these fees on her own. The Arts Act amends the Copyright Act to allow such a fee waiver for these specific circumstances. I again applaud Mr. Jeffries and Ms. Mace for bringing forward this important bipartisan legislation, which will aid the next generation of creators and innovators, and I urge my colleagues to support its passage. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 704, the Artistic Recognition for Talented Students Act, or Arts Act. The Constitution authorizes Congress to promote the progress of science and the useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. Our copyright system is designed to help fulfill that mandate by promoting the work of authors, musicians, artists, and other creators. Creative industries contribute hundreds of billions of dollars to the U.S. economy each year. This bill makes it easier for some of our brightest young creators to obtain copyrights on their award-winning work. Promoting and encouraging the next generation of American creators ensures that our creative economy will remain strong for decades to come. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished sponsor of this bill, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the distinguished chairman of the committee, Representative Nadler, for yielding and for his support, as well as the distinguished member from the great state of North Carolina, Representative Bishop, for his support of this legislation. I rise in support of H.R. 704, the Arts Act, a bipartisan, bicameral effort to support the student creators of America, help ignite their passions, and allow them to dream big. The framers of our Constitution and the founders of our great country understood that society would benefit if we incentivize creativity and innovation. That's why Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the United States Constitution gives Congress the power to create a robust intellectual property system to promote the progress of science and useful arts. Many of our founders, of course, were authors and inventors themselves. The Arts Act seeks to build upon this principle in practice by helping to introduce the next generation of creators from around the country to copyright and intellectual property. Specifically, it would permit the Registrar of Copyrights to waive application filing fees to register a copyright for those talented high school students who win the Congressional Art Competition or the Congressional App Competition each year. By doing so, student creators will be incentivized to register their works, allowing them to gain experience with the copyright process, insight into its subsequent benefits, and familiarize themselves with our intellectual property system, which is in the fabric of the U.S. Constitution. We have often worked together in a bipartisan fashion to carry out our constitutional mandate in this space, as we are doing today. In the last Congress, this bill unanimously passed the Senate, and it has bipartisan support in both chambers. I would like to particularly thank the original co-lead on this bill, Representative Nancy Mace, for her leadership and partnership on this legislation, as well as Senators Tillis and Leahy for leading this effort in the Senate. I urge all of my colleagues to support our nation's next generation of creators and vote yes on this straightforward, bipartisan, bicameral legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Which one are we on? Is that the one we're on? I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. From New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman has the only time left.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 704? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2571, the Amigos Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2571, a bill to include Portugal in the list of foreign states whose nationals are eligible for admission into the United States as E1 and E2 non-immigrants if United States nationals are treated similarly by the government of Portugal, and to otherwise modify the eligibility criteria for e-visas.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2571.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2571, the Advancing Mutual Interests and Growing Our Success Act, or Amigos Act, would allow citizens of Portugal to participate in the E1 and E2 visa programs for traders and investors if Portugal provides reciprocal treatment to U.S. citizens. The E1 Treaty Trader program provides temporary visas to individuals or employees of firms that engage in substantial trade with the United States. The E2 Treaty Investor program provides visas to individuals so that they can develop and direct the operations of an enterprise in which they've invested a substantial amount of capital. The United States became Portugal's largest trading partner outside the European Union in 2015. Bilateral trade between our countries is growing at a rapid pace, from $4.2 billion in 2015 to $8.9 billion in 2019. Unlike most European Union countries, Portugal did not have a bilateral treaty with the United States before joining the European Union. Now, despite being one of our oldest allies and closest economic partners, they are one of only 5 European Union countries whose citizens are not eligible for E1 and E2 visas. This is a bipartisan measure that we can all support. The bill simply would expand opportunities for Portuguese citizens to invest in the United States, facilitate trade, and create jobs for U.S. workers. The bill also strengthens the e-visa programs by ensuring that individuals who obtain the nationality of a treaty country through an investment-based visa have sufficient ties to their new country of nationality before they can qualify for an E1 or E2 visa. I would like to thank Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island for championing this issue and working across the aisle to build consensus on this legislation. H.R. 2571 will improve our economy and strengthen our ties with an important and long-standing ally. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2571, the Advancing Mutual Interests and Growing Our Success, or the Amigos Act. The bill makes nationals of Portugal eligible for E1 and E2 non-immigrant visas so long as Portugal allows reciprocal visas for U.S. nationals. E1 visas are temporary visas available for treaty traders, and E2 visas are available for treaty investors. As stated in the Immigration and Nationality Act, these visas are available to aliens who are, quote, entitled to enter the United States under and in pursuance of the provisions of a treaty of commerce and navigation between the United States and the foreign state of which the alien is a national, and their spouse and children solely to either carry on substantial trade, including trade in services or trade in technology, principally between the United States and the foreign state of which the alien is a national, or to develop and direct the operations of an enterprise in which the alien has invested a substantial amount of capital, close quote. Alien employees of treaty traders and treaty investors may receive visas if they are coming to the United States, quote, to engage in duties of an executive or supervisory character, or if employed in a lesser capacity, if they have special qualifications that make the services to be rendered essential to the efficient operation of the enterprise, close quote. E1 and E2 visa holders may be admitted initially for a period of 2 years and can apply for extensions in 2-year increments. The U.S. has entered into treaties of commerce since at least 1815, when we entered into a convention to regulate commerce with the United Kingdom. Currently, the nationals of 82 countries are eligible for E1 and or E2 visa status. During fiscal year 2020, almost 26,800 E1 and E2 visas were issued, down because of the pandemic from roughly 50,000 during fiscal year 2019. While the Amigos Act passed the House last Congress, the version we are considering today is somewhat different. The updated text includes language added at the request of Senator Lee from Utah, aimed at preventing abuse of the e-visa program, whereby an individual essentially purchases citizenship in a U.S. e-visa. Specifically, the language requires that an alien be domiciled in the U.S. trade treaty country for at least 3 years before the individual can apply for an e-visa. I thank Senator Lee for his commitment to ensuring the integrity of our visa programs, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New York, the chair of the Judiciary Committee, for bringing this bill to the floor. And I rise in support of H.R. 2571, the Advancing Mutual Interests and Growing Our Success, or the Amigos Act. The Amigos Act is a bipartisan bill that I introduced along with my colleagues, Mr. Costa, Mr. Keating, Mr. Valadeo, and Mr. Khanna, to encourage greater investment and trade between the United States and Portugal. H.R. 2571 makes Portuguese nationals eligible for E1 and E2 non-immigrant investor visas. Extending visas to Portugal not only gives Portuguese businesses an opportunity to invest in the United States, but it is a mutually beneficial relationship that promotes jobs in both countries and growth in United States businesses and our economy. The United States has no better friend than the country of Portugal. As one of the first countries to recognize the United States after the Revolutionary War, Portugal is one of our closest economic partners and strongest allies. Today, the United States maintains that long-standing relationship as the 5th largest export market for Portugal and its largest trading partner outside of the European Union. I'm proud to represent the 1st District of Rhode Island, home to one of the country's largest and most vibrant Portuguese communities, a community that has made outstanding contributions in the arts, culture, business, and public service in this country for many decades. The United States is Portugal's largest trading partner outside the European Union, with bilateral trade reaching $6.6 billion in 2019. There are currently over 130 American companies operating in Portugal in a wide range of economic sectors, including pharmaceutical, chemical, technology, banking, and health sectors. In 2019, the United States direct investment position in Portugal was $2.3 billion, an increase of 6% from 2018. The direct investment position from Portugal in the United States, however, experienced a 1% decrease to $1.4 billion from 2018 to 2019. Portugal is one of only 5 EU countries whose citizens are not currently eligible for E1 or E2 visas. In the absence of a bilateral treaty which Portugal cannot enter due to the rules of the European Union, Congress has the power to authorize E1 and E2 visa benefits to other countries. And we've exercised our authority to do so before for both Israel in 2012 and New Zealand in 2018. I'm proud to lead this effort to support our ally and friend, Portugal. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 2571, the Amigos Act, and I again thank Mr. Nadler for bringing this bill to the floor, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I have no further speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Amigos Act is bipartisan legislation that would improve our economy and strengthen our ties with an important and longstanding ally. I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back remaining time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2571 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 1340 to amend Title 28, United States Code, to redefine the Eastern and Middle Judicial Districts of North Carolina.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1340, an act to amend Title 28 United States Code to redefine the Eastern and Middle Judicial Districts of North Carolina.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
I thank the Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S. 1340.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 1340 would redefine the boundaries of the Middle and Eastern Districts of North Carolina to place Fort Bragg and Camp Mackle, a sub-installation of Fort Bragg located roughly 40 miles away, entirely within the Eastern District. Very smart and instructive decision. After having been introduced by both senators from North Carolina, S. 1340 passed the Senate last week. H.R. 2746, the identical House companion to S. 1340, which recently passed the Judiciary Committee, was introduced by our friend and colleague, Congressman Ross and Congressman Hudson, and was co-sponsored by every member of the North Carolina House delegation. This is bipartisan, bicameral legislation will improve the administration of justice in North Carolina. Currently, even though Fort Bragg sits on the outskirts of Fayetteville, which is in the Eastern District, the base straddles both judicial districts. The result of this split means that a federal case arising on one part of Fort Bragg will be heard at the Fayetteville courthouse, which is roughly 20 minutes away, while a case arising on another part of the base could be heard at courthouses more than 2 hours away. The logistical difficulties resulting from Fort Bragg's split jurisdiction can extend beyond the inconvenience of unnecessarily long travel times in criminal cases. For example, courts have had difficulty ensuring that defendants have received notice of their rights. S. 1340 will fix that and fix it now. I want to thank Ms. Ross for her bipartisan work on this issue, her enormous leadership, and champion this legislation in the House. I am pleased to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 1340 will improve judicial economy by redefining the judicial districts of my home state, North Carolina. Fort Bragg, which is located in North Carolina, is one of the U.S. Army's largest military installations. It spans 6 counties and is approximately 250 square miles large. Fort Bragg is located in 2 judicial districts, the Middle District and the Eastern District of North Carolina. This has led to inconvenience for both defendants and the court system. S. 1340 redefines the judicial district so that Fort Bragg and a sub-installation, Camp McCall, are located in a single judicial district, the Eastern District. This change will streamline and improve judicial administration and efficiency. I want to thank Senator Tillis and Senator Burr for their work on this bill. I want to thank the former member from North Carolina, Mr. Holding. I also want to thank my law school classmate, Representative Ross, for sponsoring, and the rest of the North Carolina delegation for joining me in co-sponsoring the House companion, H.R. 2746. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, yes, I yield to the House sponsor of this very important leadership, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Congresswoman Ross, for 3 minutes.
The woman from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise today to also highlight this critical bill that will help North Carolinians. This common sense legislation will revise North Carolina's judicial districts to place Fort Bragg, one of the largest military installations in the world, entirely within the Eastern District. Currently, the district lines bisect the base, resulting in unnecessary administrative and logistical problems for the people of our state. The legislation will ease the burdens of traveling miles to Durham, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, and instead let service members resolve matters in nearby Fayetteville or Raleigh. A similar redistricting occurred several years ago when Congress moved Butner into the Eastern District. This bipartisan piece of legislation will benefit our service members and their families. I'm honored to work with my North Carolina colleagues, Congressman Hudson, Senators Tillis and Burr, my colleague from my law school class, and the entire delegation to get this bill across the finish line. I'm pleased it passed out of the Senate and look forward to passing it in the House and having it signed into law by the President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a sensible improvement to the administration of justice in my home state. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a good day on the floor of the House. S. 1340 will improve the administration of justice in the federal courts in North Carolina. This is not only a bipartisan, bicameral effort, but it is also evidence of Republicans and Democrats working together for the uplifting of justice. I appreciate the leadership of Representative Ross in bringing this bill forward, and I hope all my colleagues will enthusiastically support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. All remaining time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1340? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2679, the foundation of the Federal Bar Association Charter Amendments Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2679, a bill to amend Title 36 United States Code to revise the federal charter for the foundation of the Federal Bar Association.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2679.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2679, the foundation of the Federal Bar Association Charter Amendments Act of 2021, makes important changes to the federal charter for the foundation of the Federal Bar Association. This legislation intended to give the Federal Bar Association the flexibility it needs to operate well into the future without the need for further congressional amendment. Among other things, the legislation makes the following changes to the association's charter. It requires the Board of Directors to decide and specify in the bylaws the location of the principal office. It specifies that the bylaws, not the charter, must provide for the terms of membership, the responsibilities of the Board of Directors, and the election of officers. It prohibits a director or officer in his or her corporate capacity from contributing to supporting or participating in political activities. It expands a prohibition on loans for directors and officers to include members and employees. It specifies that on dissolution or final liquidation of the corporation, any remaining assets must be distributed as provided by the board of directors instead of deposited by the Treasury. I thank Mr. Shabbat for introducing this important bipartisan legislation, along with Mr. Raskin. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2679 and as well support this insight and new look at justice, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2679, the foundation of the Federal Bar Association Charter Amendments Act of 2021. The Federal Bar Association was founded in 1920 as a nonprofit organization seeking to strengthen the federal legal system and administration of justice. In 1954, Congress chartered the Federal Bar Association as a congressionally chartered organization under Title 36 of the United States Code. The FBA serves the federal legal community and public by promoting standards of professional competence and ethical conduct, providing educational programs, and facilitating the administration of justice. The FBA is also committed to bringing civics education programs to classrooms across the country. As a congressionally chartered organization, it takes an act of Congress to make changes to the FBA's charter. The FBA has not amended or updated its charter since 1954. H.R. 2679 amends the FBA's current charter to allow the organization to choose the location of its principal office, restrict its officers from engaging in political activity, and change its charter language to conform with language used in other congressional charters. In addition, this legislation will allow the FBA to make simple changes to its bylaws without an act of Congress. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Shabbat from Ohio, for his diligent work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Raskin, who is the co-sponsor of this legislation here in the House. We thank him so very much for his leadership.
And I thank
the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlelady from Texas for her leadership. I yield myself such time as I might consume, and I'm proud to serve as the lead Democratic co-sponsor of the bill introduced by my friend from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, the foundation of the Federal Bar Association Charter Amendments Act of 2021. The Federal Bar Association is the primary voluntary bar association for attorneys, both in the private and public sectors, who practice in the federal courts. The bill will permit the foundation to better fulfill its role as the only institution chartered in America by Congress to promote the federal administration of justice, the advancement of federal jurisprudence, and the practice of law in the federal courts by providing it with the organizational flexibility that it needs to grow and to adapt to its contemporary mission. The original charter created a framework that has served FBA well for the last 6 decades. During these years, the foundation has indeed strengthened federal jurisprudence and promoted legal education and understanding at the federal level, and it has improved the lives of a lot of people. One community outreach program I know about through a number of my constituents is the Wills for Veterans initiative, which is a pro bono project where the FBA chapters provide the drafting of wills and signing services for veterans in our communities. Another initiative set up the Dr. J. Clay Smith Diversity in the Legal Profession Scholarship Program, which aims to promote diversity in the profession and to promote the inclusion of racially and ethnically diverse students in law schools and in the work of the Federal Bar Association. All of these programs and initiatives broaden and strengthen the legal community and need to be bolstered in the years ahead. To allow the FBA greater flexibility to operate and grow As the legal community changes, the current charter must be amended. In its current iteration, the existing charter codifies strict membership and governance requirements that constrain member development and nimble governance of the organization. This rigidity presents serious challenges as the organization seeks to expand its critical educational and charitable work. H.R. 2679 makes technical fixes to the charter that will give the FBA the needed flexibility to advance its mission in the 21st century. In the place of legislatively fixed membership criteria, it permits the FBA to establish and update membership criteria through the bylaws process itself. Similar provisions authorize enhanced flexibility in the composition and duties of the members of its board. In general, the measure would enable the FBA to swiftly meet the needs and the priorities of the organization and improve the administration of federal justice. I urge all colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time to the gentlelady from Texas.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I have no further speakers at this time.
The gentlewoman reserves.
With
The
that,
gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Again, we have found ourselves striking a chord for justice and clarification to an important organization that stands for justice, the Federal Bar Association. I thank the sponsors of this legislation. This legislation makes a number of important changes to strengthen the charter of the foundation of the Federal Bar Association. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. All remaining time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2679 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of Chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the ayes and nays on this measure.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3239.
Without objection.
No problem.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S4009.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 409, an act to provide for the availability of amounts for customer education initiatives and non-awards expenses of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission whistleblower program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kano, and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Feshbeck, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 409. S409 provides a bipartisan, short-term legislative solution to address a funding shortage in CFTC's Consumer Protection Fund. The Consumer Protection Fund is used to pay whistleblower awards that fund the salaries and expenses of the Whistleblower Office and the Office of Customer Education and Outreach. Without this critical funding, CFTC would have to suspend some operations and furlough employees in their Whistleblower Office and the Office of Customer Education and Outreach. This short-term solution is by no means a replacement for the much-needed comprehensive CFTC reauthorization. It will still, though, be a positive step to ensure that the CFTC can accomplish their important mission to promote the integrity, resiliency, and vibrancy of the U.S. derivative markets. The Committee on Agriculture passed a committee print equivalent of this measure unanimously by voice vote last Wednesday. I reserve now the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S409. I want to second what my colleague the gentleman from California has said about the importance of the CFTC Whistleblower Office and the Office of Customer Education and Outreach, and of course, the employees who work in those offices. These offices help the Commission meet its mission to promote integrity, resilience, and the vibrancy of the U.S. derivatives market. I am proud to support today's legislation to avoid unnecessary disruptions to these activities and needless staff furloughs. The work in these offices, particularly the Whistleblower's Office, helps to root out violations of the law which harm individuals and undermine derivatives markets. Fraud and market manipulation can steal customer funds, distort prices, disrupt orderly trading and settlement, and sap confidence in the fairness of our markets. Whistleblowers are a critical source of information for which the Commission to protect the integrity of our commodity markets. I also want to emphasize that today's legislation does not spend any new money or create any new programs. Rather, it sets aside existing funds to meet existing obligations. S409 ensures that funds to support the functioning of the whistleblower and customer education offices are temporarily prioritized over the funds to pay whistleblower awards in order to keep the offices fully functional. But in the end, both obligations will be fully met as Congress intended. As the ranking member of the Commodity Exchange, Energy, and Credit Subcommittee, I feel particular responsibility to make sure that the CFTC has the best tools at its disposal to meet its mission. As we move forward in the coming months, I am looking forward to digging deeper into the work of the Commission and coming together to craft a responsible CFTC reauthorization bill, which makes permanent improvements to the whistleblower office funding mechanism and meets the needs of the 21st century financial regulator. I want to take just a moment to thank Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson for their willingness to involve the whole committee in this legislative effort. As a new member of the committee, I appreciated the opportunity to act as a body in support of this legislation. I urge all members to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time and urge adoption of this bill.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
Oh, thank you. I would just like to say simply that I am proud to support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support S409. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman yield?
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields. All remaining time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 409? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the ayes and nays on this measure.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion of the gentleman from New York. No, this is... The motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1374, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1374, a bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to provide federal financial assistance to states to implement, review, and revise state energy security plans and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1374. As a member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
And I've got Moulton too. But he has
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York arise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 1374. As the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote yea on H.R. 1374. As the member designated by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Clarke will vote yea on H.R. 1374. The member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote yea on H.R. 1374. As the member designated by Congressman Adriano Espaillat, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Espaillat will vote yea on H.R. 1374.
Oh, sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McCall from the great state of Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote yea on H.R. 1374. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Villa pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Villa will vote aye on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on H.R. 1374.
Gentleman from Oklahoma rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
Does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
All right. As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
All right. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, as designated by Mr. Garcia of Chicago pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia is a no on H.R. 1374. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
All right. Oh, sorry. For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Rogers will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
Does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Swazi, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform that the House that Mr. Swazi will vote aye on H.R. 1374.
Gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSagne, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSagne will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yea on H.R. 1374.
Your brother? Can I just... For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote no on H.R. 1374.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on H.R. 1374, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on H.R. 1374. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote will vote yes on H.R. 1374. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H.R. 1374. As the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote yes on H.R. 1374. As the member designated by Mr. Torres pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Adriano Espaillat pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Espaillat will vote no on H.R. 1374.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Custer of New Hampshire pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yea on H.R. 1374.
This vote, the yeas are 398, the nays are 21. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1374, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title. Sorry. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 983 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 983, a bill to amend Title 18, United States Code, to provide an additional tool to prevent certain frauds against veterans and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garcia of Illinois pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform that House that Mr. Garcia will vote yes on H.R. 983. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yea on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Resolution 8, I wish to inform the House that Representative Rogers will vote yes on 983.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yes on H.R. 983.
Purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on H.R. 983.
Okay, and I... For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 983.
Gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes he will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Swazi pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote aye on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Villa pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Villa will vote aye on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on H.R. 983. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawson votes yes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Custer of New Hampshire pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yea on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Mr. Torres pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Mr. Pappas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pappas will vote yes on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to H.Res., I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on H.R. 983.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 983. As a member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Velasquez will vote yea on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Clarke will vote yea on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Congressman Adriano Espaillat, I inform the House that Congressman Espaillat will vote yea on H.R. 983. As the member designated by Congresswoman Robin Kelly, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Kelly will vote yea on H.R. 983.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McCall from the great state of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote yea on H.R. 983. Thank you, and I yield back.
On this vote, the yeas are 416, the nays are 5. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of our newest federal holiday. Juneteenth marks the critical point in our nation's history when the final enslaved Americans were freed from the evil bondage of slavery 156 years ago. Honestly, as a student growing up in Rhode Island, surrounded by mostly white classmates, I was never taught about Juneteenth. As much as I hate to admit it, Juneteenth was simply not a part of my education. Some of my colleagues have suggested that we should ignore our history, as inconvenient or uncomfortable as it may be. Well, that is wrong. As a nation, we must own up to our mistakes and celebrate our ability to overcome them, not attempt to sweep them under the rug. Juneteenth is every bit a part of American history. It's a time to honor those who fought so hard to end slavery and to reflect on the work that remains before true racial justice is achieved. As we celebrate last week's vote, let us recommit ourselves to rooting out the systemic racism that still plagues our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House not in order. Order in the House.
Madam Speaker, the Declaration of Independence says that our God-given freedoms are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As members of Congress, we made a commitment to uphold those freedoms equally for everyone. But Democrats and their radical allies are chipping them away. Let's be clear. The Hyde Amendment is not discriminatory. Instead, it is an essential safeguard that not only protects Americans' right of conscience, but also has saved more than 2 million lives from abortion since its first enactment in 1976. Until recently, it was also overwhelmingly bipartisan. In fact, one of the most vocal supporters in Congress was then Senator Joe Biden. He told one of his constituents in 1994, "The government should not tell those with strong convictions against abortion, such as you and I, that we must pay for them." Well said, Mr. President. Since then, the purpose of Hyde hasn't changed. The strong convictions of American peoples against abortion hasn't changed. In poll after poll, they tell us they strongly support a wall of separation between abortions and taxpayers. And the science hasn't changed. If anything, it has proven beyond a shadow of doubt that human life begins at conception. One thing, however, has changed: the Democrats. By putting Hyde on the chopping block, the message they are sending is clear and chilling. That the radical demands of the socialist left drowned out common sense, science, and the views of most Americans. That the party of safe, legal, and rare is now the party of abortion on demand, until or even after the point of birth and funded by taxpayers. And that the government will compel taxpayers to violate their strongest convictions. Madam Speaker, the question before us today is a simple and straightforward moral issue. To represent the values of all Americans, Congress must respect their rights of conscience and not disregard them. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion, and and ask for immediate consideration in the House.
Under the guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain this request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
On the Republican side, it is cleared, so there's only one party denying it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and ask unanimous consent to do so.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening to call my colleagues' attention to the dire need for Congress to continue building upon recent progress to unlock the mysteries of the human brain and serious mental illness. Along with other legislation we are working on in the field of health, we have to create and pass robust mental health legislation. Alongside other members of our Congressional Mental Health Caucus and the Bipartisan Addiction and Mental Health Task Force, we are pulling together legislation to establish a comprehensive Mental Health Crisis Response Act. I invite all of our colleagues to please work with our bipartisan working group. America has waited too long. The fundamentals of our social economy depend on the good health of our citizenry, and their ability to access quality and affordable behavioral health services has for too long been ignored. Countless constituents faced incarceration, face insurance barriers when accessing mental health services, and we must address the negative social and physical determinants of health that cause trauma and their tragic illnesses.
Expired.
It's time for us to take meaningful action. Again, I invite my colleagues to join us in preparing this important legislation. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, to codify Hyde Amendment language, and I ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under the guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
I yield back.
Lady from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share a letter to the editor from a constituent published this morning. Here's what he said. I worked the polls for 10 years, including 20 elections and over 25 hours of training. As years passed, technology improved, training got more efficient, and communications were state-of-the-art. I'm so proud to be an American contributing to our system of democracy. At my poll, 5 of us worked together. There were also 2 watchers from each party. The results are posted on the door of the polling place immediately for residents to see. Votes are checked against duplications and death certificates. We have a paper ballot that can be matched to a voter machine. The machines are not hooked up to the internet, so there's no interference or hacking. My heart breaks with every utterance of voter fraud. Please don't let the GOP erode voting rights. Signed, a former Republican. I share this constituent's frustration. We're both fed up with people repeating lies about the security of our elections in order to justify voter suppression. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
As a new mom expecting a child this fall, I will never forget my husband and I hearing our child's heartbeat for the first time. Truly the greatest miracle of life. But sadly, that culture and value of life is under attack. The Hyde Amendment has historically been supported by both Republicans and Democrats for more than 40 years. American taxpayers should never be forced to pay for abortions, and since 1976, this chamber has agreed and passed the Hyde Amendment with bipartisan support. But now, President Biden and House Democrats, caving to the far left, are trying to reverse course and strip the Hyde Amendment from the budget. It's unacceptable that President Biden is destroying a policy that has saved over 2.4 million innocent American lives. Every president since Carter has signed the Hyde Amendment into law. It is a critical, life-saving protection that goes beyond party line politics. It is about human life and protecting the most innocent among us. The majority of Americans agree that taxpayer dollars should never be used to fund abortions. Democrats should listen.
The gentlelady's time
Madam
has
Speaker,
expired.
I ask unanimous
The
consent that the
gentlelady's time has
committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, the no taxpayer funding for abortion, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House. I yield back.
As the chair has previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of one of my constituents, Anaheim resident, Specialist Daniel Delgado Torres, who suddenly passed away February 16th in an automobile accident. Son of immigrants, I recently had the opportunity to meet with his mother and father, who told me his story. They said from the early days that they could remember, Daniel dreamed of being an American soldier. And in 2016, he had the opportunity when he joined the United States Army, and he became the first of his family to join the military. He was deployed to Afghanistan and was awarded the Army Achievement Medal for helping save the lives of 7 of his fellow soldiers. Daniel was just 22 when he passed away. He's survived by his parents, Teresa and Aurelio, and his girlfriend, Noelia, and their young son, Joaquin. Daniel, thank you for your service to our country. Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
166 members of Congress have co-sponsored H.R. 18, No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, to make the Hyde Amendment and other current abortion funding prohibitions permanent, and to ensure that the Affordable Care Act conforms with the Hyde Amendment. According to public opinion polls, most Americans, almost 60%, according to the Marist poll, agree that taxpayers should not be forced against their conscience to fund abortion. Years ago, then Senator Biden wrote to constituents explaining his support for the Hyde Amendment and said it would, quote, protect both the woman and her unborn child. He said, I have consistently, no fewer than 50 occasions, voted against federal funding for abortions. Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them, so said Senator Biden. I totally agree. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to address the House for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support acting, taking up, and passing the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan. Our infrastructure is in dire need of an overhaul, and it can't be put off any longer. We also need to invest in the human infrastructure in our country. We don't have to choose one over the other. Americans across the nation rely on sustainable infrastructure to get their children to school, to get to work, to facilitate commerce. And we need to build on the investment that this Congress has already made through the American Rescue Plan, including dollars that are flowing to our communities. $2 million have recently been sent to Milwaukee for the East-West Bus Rapid Transit Project in my district, a green public transit option. I support the American Jobs Plan, bold investment to get every lead pipe in our country from underneath our ground. And I also support paid leave, child care, expanded access to affordable and quality health insurance. Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support these measures, and I yield back.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today the House debated several bills to address the health and safety of children and newborns, including those that would ban crib bumpers and mandate stability standards for furniture that could fall on children. Unfortunately, this body did not consider any legislation that would continue to ensure that precious taxpayer dollars are not used to fund abortions that intentionally kill babies. At a time when this protection of the unborn may be stripped from federal funding bills for the first time in nearly 50 years, it should be pointed out that abortion ends exponentially more lives than crib bumpers or furniture. Madam Speaker, I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart with the extended amount of violence in this country that has taken hold of us through the pandemic, and now we seem to be under siege. No, it is not one isolated issue or community. It is not one isolated reason, but it is a heavy burden on our children. Our children have experienced an enormous amount of violence. I intend in my subcommittee to discuss and have a briefing on both gun violence and the impact on children, as well as violence, and to be able to work with the administration on collaborative ways of dealing with the ending of gun trafficking that has been a source of the mass spreading of guns. Laws like permitless guns, though I know they're in 12 states, creates a synergism of opportunity for guns to be spread everywhere. And then the lack of respect for the dignity of our children so that guns are not stored. I intend to introduce a gun storage bill. But I ask that if we see something, say something, we must, as a Congress in America, stop the violence. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Hyde Amendment, which is the longest pro-life precedent in American history. This amendment prevents our taxpayer dollars from ending the lives of society's most vulnerable, the unborn. Madam Speaker, for over 40 years, Congress and both Republican and Democrat administrations have supported the Hyde Amendment to prohibit publicly funded abortions. That tradition seems to have ended with this current administration. Protecting life is not and should not be a partisan issue. The President and congressional Democrats need to listen to the American people who overwhelmingly support life and continue to uphold this important protection. We as a country believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is why we must defend that vital first tenet of life and support the Hyde Amendment. And with that, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to a truly great public servant. Mr. Bradley Carman served 41 years at the Department of Agriculture, most recently as Associate Deputy Administrator of Farm Programs at the Farm Service Agency. Put in perspective, President Lincoln established the Department of Agriculture in 1862, and Brad Carman worked there for nearly 1/3 of the department's entire existence. Ironically, Brad is a city kid, having grown up on Long Island. He'd be the first to tell you he knew nothing about agriculture or the federal farm policy that he would help fashion over the course of nearly a half century. It's not an exaggeration to say that no regulation cleared the Farm Service Agency or the farm law was enacted without Brad's careful eye and wise counsel. Madam Speaker, I don't know how a Long Island kid with no knowledge of agriculture or farm policy came to dedicate his professional career to helping the American farmer, but I'm sure grateful he did. Thank you, Brad, for your distinguished career of public service. Godspeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of Hugh Brown McNatt, who passed away on June 1st, 2021. Hugh was known throughout Georgia for his remarkable career as a trial lawyer for over 50 years. Born on June 23, 1946 in Uvalde, Georgia, Hugh learned the importance of hard work, humility, and dedication to helping others. He flourished in law school and immediately began trying cases all over Georgia and throughout the Southeast. After advocating for others his entire life, he won several awards, including the Tradition of Excellence Award and the Thomas O. Marshall Professionalism Award. Outside the courtroom, Hugh was a member of many organizations, including the American College of Trial Lawyers, the American Board of Trial Advocates, and the International Society of Barristers. He left a lifelong impact on his community, Georgia politics, his countless friends, and his family. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all those who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since 1976, the Hyde Amendment has protected American taxpayers from being complicit in the atrocity that is abortion on demand. And since 1976, the Hyde Amendment has been authorized on a bipartisan basis, signed into law by both Republican and Democrat presidents, and supported by most Americans, until now. As President Biden's proposed budget eliminates it altogether. Madam Speaker, we are treading in dangerous territory. Democrats have completely abandoned millions of pro-life Americans just like me who vehemently oppose using taxpayer dollars to fund abortion. And even worse, they've done it for no other reason than to appease their own radical base. President Biden said it best in 1994, "Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them." And in 2006, he said, and I quote, "won't support public funding of abortion." We must pass. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to note an odd philosophy that I've seen amongst my Democrat colleagues.
The gentleman will suspend. Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman may address the House for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I've noticed an odd philosophy amongst my Democrat colleagues, and it's this: the belief that if one regulation is good, then 10 must be better. Now, of course, that's not true, but it's actually worse than that. The Biden administration is proposing 2,500 new regulations. They call this the unified agenda. I'm not sure what's unifying about suffocating American businesses and workers under D.C. bureaucrats. We're killing our economy by the death of 1,000 cuts. Our products will be more expensive, and that's if their manufacturing isn't just immediately shipped off to China. Biden said he wouldn't ban fracking outright, but they'll make it impossible to build new projects, build new pipelines, or export our clean American natural gas that would decrease global carbon emissions. These new regulations will take away our choices on health care, encourage illegal immigration, discourage the enforcement of our immigration laws, and more than that, this philosophy of regulate at any cost, well, it results in silly regulations like this: reducing disturbances to humans from spinner dolphins from human interaction. Sorry, I screwed that up. Hawaiian spinner dolphins from human interaction. This is not how we govern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise and ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life of my godfather and uncle, William James Levy, a life very well lived. He passed away February 16th, 2021. Bill Levy was married to his wife, my aunt, Gloria, for 67 years. They had 3 children, Cynthia, Cheryl, and Colleen, and 1 grandchild, Jonathan. Bill Levy served in the United States Army in Korea in combat for 2 full years, and the horrors that he must have seen. In his later years, he worked as a letter carrier for the post office and received and was awarded the 50-year gold membership for the National Association of Letter Carriers. His favorite pastime was poetry, and he was extremely proud of that, and his family knew him as the Irish poet. I look back on a life very well lived. He was my godfather, he was my uncle, and he married the love of his life, and he fought for this country because he loved this country. And Madam Speaker, I appreciate the minute, and if we could all honor all our veterans, and tonight, Bill Levy. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In June of last year, the city of Portland, Oregon, cut $16 million from their police budget and shut down a unit of their police which was designed to reduce violence in the city. As Republicans predicted, and a lot of others, this has not led to peaceful streets. Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler has been forced to ask for more funding for police. And this is not unique in Portland. Major cities across the U.S. are seeing a spike in violent crime as they cut police budgets. Last year, New York City defunded their police department budget by about $1 billion, or around 9.2%. The result? Murder is up 17%, shooting incidents are up 77%. In Los Angeles, homicides are now up 23% after a defunding. How much more evidence will the defund the police movement need before they admit they were wrong and that innocent people are indeed being killed? On top of this, prosecutors in some areas are refusing to charge perpetrators and are putting criminals back on our streets to continue their crimes. We must push back against these radicals who want to defund the police and stop this crime wave. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Danny K. Davis of Illinois for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. I rise today to talk about the state of affairs here in the People's House and the extent to which the majority has been using the time and the floor of this valuable body, the People's House, to promote wokeness first rather than America first. And this is what we see every single day, and I know I have a few of my colleagues here tonight with me because this is such an important time in our country's history. We have so many important issues we need to be addressing, ought to be addressing, and yet the People's House is not addressing them. And instead, the People's House is focusing on advancing wokeness first instead of America first. I've got a number of things I'm going to get into and talk about addressing these particular issues. But I would just note that my good friend and someone I admire a great deal's birthday is tomorrow, and that is Justice Clarence Thomas. And for those who know his story and have read his biography, his autobiography, written through the eyes of his relationship with his grandfather, my grandfather's son. Justice Thomas, I think, represents all that is great and good about this country. He represents all that is great and good about overcoming the devastating impact of Jim Crow laws in the South, the discrimination that we saw rampant in his native hometown of Savannah, and watching his life story and walking through his life story and the progression of what that meant and where he ended up and what he achieved, and then what we witnessed in that fall of 1991 with the obscene, absurd actions by the Senate Judiciary Committee, chaired, by the way, by then Senator Joe Biden, attacking this good man, Clarence Thomas, attacking his integrity, attacking his character. And yet, what do we see out of the life and the service of Clarence Thomas but the embodiment of the fulfillment of the American dream and a recognition of what you can achieve when you fight for it, when you work for it, and you overcome the odds against you. And what a beautiful story it is. And why do I raise that now? Because in a world of wokeness, in a sea of wokeness, all driving an agenda, purposeful, by the way, by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to divide this country by race, to divide this country, and to highlight issues of division and separation. As Justice Roberts fairly eloquently stated, he said it was a sordid business, this divvying us up by race. And we see it every single day. And it is highlighted by this body. And I'm going to go through that in a minute. But every single thing this administration, every single thing this Democrat-led House of Representatives, everything that the Democrat-led United States Senate is doing is designed very purposely to divide us by race, and we should be better than that. And I think there are things that we all know that are on the minds of the American people, whether it is in increasing prices because we spent $6 trillion and lumber prices are going up and housing prices are going up, and we have a border that's under assault and cartels who run our border, and we're turning the keys of the kingdom over to Iran and China instead of siding with Israel, and we're flooding the economy with dollars and driving up inflation, but also racking up mountains of debt. All of these things are occurring, and the regulations that my friend from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, was just talking about, the regulations strangling business. We're paying people more not to work than to work. And all of our small businesses are at home going, stop it, please stop it. I've introduced legislation to say, let's end those plussed up unemployment benefits. Will we debate those here in this chamber? No, sir. Why? Because we're going to advance woke legislation. We're going to talk about woke bills. We're not going to talk about all the small businesses, by the way, often owned by minorities, often owned by people who need to be able to hire people and they can't, because this institution spent $6 trillion and doled it out to destroy the American dream by paying people more to work than to not work. It's absolutely astounding. And that's what we have. And this chamber is empty. What have we done today? We voted on a couple of random bills. I don't know if they were suspension bills, what we did today. What are we even going to do this week? The American people don't know because we're not doing anything. They're looking at this chamber and they're saying, what are you doing? We have an obligation to fight and defend the American people and to do our job. And I'm delighted to have my friends from Texas here. And I'd yield such time as the gentleman from Texas shall consume, Mr. Babin.
Yes, sir. Thank you so very much for having this special order on such a crucial time in our history. You don't have to look hard to see the devastation left behind from the wokeism movement currently plaguing our beloved country. Our schools and our universities, our esteemed and feared military, our government on every level, and our history itself are being contaminated by those pushing socialism and division under the guise of being morally woke. Webster's dictionary defines the word woke as being, quote, aware of and actively attentive to important facts and issues, especially issues of racial and social justice. Well, I can tell you with absolute certainty that I'm woke to the following. First, I'm woke to the fact that innocent men, women, and children across the country are being hurt and killed because of the left's call to defund the police around this nation. I'm woke to the fact that Democrats are more than willing to spend your hard-earned tax dollars on housing and free handouts for illegal aliens, but cannot be bothered to care for our homeless and our veterans. I'm woke to the fact that the critical race theory is racist in itself. And lastly, I'm woke to the fact that painting America as a racist nation is wrong on every level and a slap in the face to those of every color, every ethnicity, and creed who courageously paid the ultimate sacrifice so that Old Glory could wave boldly and freely for years to come. Now I'm hearing calls from the far left and those that are woke to replace our beloved Old Glory. Where has common sense gone? If the left truly wants to discuss social justice, I encourage them to talk to the countless minority business owners who watched their life's work be looted and burned in front of their very eyes last year because of woke ideologies. Go talk to the engineer who was fired and can't pay his bills now because President Biden has foolishly blocked the Keystone Pipeline. Go talk to the migrant woman who was assaulted and raped during her trek to the southern border of the United States because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris told her to come here and invited her here. I could go on, but here's the bottom line. If we don't stand firmly against this movement, America, whose mighty wings have fought to defeat evil tyrants, communism, Nazism, in order to lift freedom-loving people out of the hands of oppressors all over this world, could soon be a socialist dictatorship herself, and completely unrecognizable to all who love her and fought for her and died for her. And a world without a free America is a dark world indeed. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I appreciate your remarks and your comments very much. And in just a minute, I'm going to turn it over to the other gentleman from Texas in just a minute. And I know he's got some issues he wants to talk about involving border security because as three representatives from Texas here, I think I can speak on behalf of the entire delegation, at least the Republican side of the delegation, that our state is under siege. Our state is under siege in a way that it has not been for upwards of almost 180 years. And if you think about what's happening at the border and the extent to which cartels have operational control of our border, the extent to which we have attacks on American citizens, ranchers who's getting their fences torn down, ranches who are being ransacked, we have people that are struggling. We have migrants who are dying in these ranches, migrants who are dying on the rivers. We have migrants who are being abused on the journey. We have little girls who are being abused. If you spend a minute on the Rio Grande, instead of pontificating in this godforsaken chamber, and you go talk to these migrants who are coming across the Rio Grande, then you see what is actually happening to these human beings, all in the false name of compassion. And I would ask my friend from Texas what his views are about the current state of things with respect to the border, and I would yield him such time as he would consume.
I thank the gentleman, Congressman Roy, for not only standing in tonight to speak forthrightly to the American people, but also including other members of the Texas delegation to have conversation with the American people. I'm not just about the topic of being woke, but actually the things that are actually happening to the United States of America. Congressman, you're exactly right. There's a crisis in America today. There's a crisis that takes place because of such a rapid and swift transition to the ultra-left. The transition that has taken place began immediately upon President Biden accepting the oath of office and driving, going back to the White House after he had taken an oath of office where he raised his hand to, and he repeated among the other words, to well and faithfully execute the laws of the United States. Well, there's a little bit more than just well and faithfully to execute the laws of the United States. I believe the American people want and need a stable person who will recognize that they need someone to work in their best interest, in the best interest of their community, in the best interest of their job, in the best interest of safety, in the best interest of trying to give every single person in this country a better opportunity to have a better life. That is what I believe is behind the well and faithfully execute the laws of the United States. In fact, what has happened is there's a sweeping revolution that is going on in the United States of America by the elected officials who have turned a blind eye to the things in the past that were seen as stable, as reasonable, and something that was in the best interest to protect the people that they represented. Day after day, we have watched what happened down at the border, the southern border of this country. I too went down. I'm no stranger to the border. I previously lived in El Paso, Texas for a number of years. My father served as the chief judge of the Western District of Texas and had to deal with not just the crime, but some of the circumstances that happened along the border that came home to roost, so to speak, within the United States of America. And as a federal district judge, he tried his best to deal favorably, fairly, with people who violated the law. But where there were people who were criminals, who were not here to serve in the best interest of the United States of America, those who would become enemies of the state because what they did is they would import drugs which would kill Americans. We've just been through a terrible epidemic in this country of opioid abuse that we all recognize much of it was inherently begun and started here in the United States, but that has taken hold with other drugs now: fentanyl, methamphetamines, heroin, cocaine. And in that process, we look to where this comes from. This comes from other countries, by and large, other countries who have people who want to kill and make money off the demise of the American people. And yet the President of the United States, at the time he served as Vice President, because the Drug Enforcement Administration's senior officials have repeatedly said that the intelligence that was given to the then Vice President, now President of the United States, they understood firsthand that the danger that came from an open border, that the dangers that came when we did not have active law enforcement and intelligence would cause the death of thousands of Americans because of the illicit drugs. Illicit drugs that not only are addicting, but even many times mixed in a way that a user never knew they were taking them. The availability of fentanyl as an example. And yet the President of the United States, with this vast knowledge of understanding from his service to the country as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, as Vice President of the United States, he already knew the story. The story that he wanted to project was that he's a kid from Pennsylvania who knew what real America is. But what has happened is that he personally and the radical left have created a circumstance in this country that we as Republicans are talking about tonight, that we are supposed to be woke to understanding the social implications, the enormous implications to people that we represent. And yet seemingly it is the police that are the problem. Seemingly, it is the border that is the problem by enforcing the law. Seemingly, it is the ability that they want for criminals to run rampant throughout not just our neighborhoods, but across this country. I would say to the young congressman from Texas that we need your voice of compassion, your voice of common sense that says we need to move this country back to where it was simply a few months ago, where we respect members of law enforcement, men and women of law enforcement who make house calls because they're asked to come and make dispute resolution many times, and then to take care of the law as it applies to a circumstance. We need to get back to where we understand that the men and women of not just the Customs Protection and Border Protection, Border Patrol, are back on their job instead of being moved over to take care of 1 million people who in the first 6 months have come through illegally. We need to go back to elected officials who actually understand that the people who elected them aren't for woke. What they're for is this body to come together to where we understand that we have an obligation to protect the men and women and children and seniors and disabled people of this country. We have an obligation to stand behind our law enforcement and to provide them with better training and the things that they need, equipment, to properly do their job. And instead, we are watching our country, whether it's Chicago or Los Angeles or New York City, where criminals run rampant because of woke that says we're supposed to defund the police department. We're supposed to defund those activities that would offer safety and security and opportunity for the most vulnerable of our society. And then blame others when people of color or of different races are harmed by criminals and thugs. I watched this morning on TV of the murder that took place in Chicago of the young couple that came to a stoplight, and they were accosted and killed by thugs, criminal thugs. I watched in a street in a broad daylight of this weekend where a young man walking down the street in New York City was stabbed repeatedly by a criminal. No wonder this happens. We've already run the police out of town. We've already run people out of town who legitimately can stand up and have that obligation. Madam Speaker, I come here tonight to join my two Texas colleagues to say, woke may be a term that we're supposed to get about enlightenment, that we need to be good and better to each other, that we need to understand that there are people who might not agree with me, and I might not agree with them. But woke has taken on a different theme. It has taken on a theme of taking on responsibility and respect. It has taken away the ability that we have in this body to effectively even be heard from each other. It has taken away the ability of millions of Americans to where they no longer feel the safety and security of their own home, of their own city street, or even their ability to stand up to those who have a different opinion. So, Madam Speaker, I think what Congressman Roy is doing tonight is more than just standing up and expressing an opinion. It actually is an opinion that I believe millions of Americans support and respect by this gentleman doing this special order tonight. And I would call on this House of Representatives and all of its members to understand that this phase we're going through will have a very difficult conclusion for many people who cannot effectively get through what is happening to them. To people who live in cities where police will no longer be. To small businesses that are burned to the ground. To judges who are no longer judging based upon rule of law, but rather fear. Madam Speaker, we as the Republican Party are not standing up and yelling and screaming. We have much resolve to us. But we ask tonight that the American people hear us, that we condemned what happened on January the 6th. We condemn what is happening when people take advantage of law enforcement and take advantage of people and take advantage of this great country. Let us hope that tonight in our resolve of speaking forthrightly and honestly that we want to be that great country with shining cities on the hill where people work together, where people have a common interest and goals for their communities and generations of people who can work together, whether you be a retired senior citizen or whether you be a young child that knows not except that you live in a great country. We need to speak plainly, but we are not yelling and screaming. We are not blaming someone else for the problems. But we will say this, the Republican Party of this House of Representatives stands for people to be safe in their own homes, for women who are in their own homes with their own children will not be taken advantage of because they do know they have a backup, and that is of the police departments, that they know that the rule of law will effectively provide them with the needs that they have to live in the greatest country in the world, that our law enforcement agencies will know that they can continue to evolve into professionalism, that they will be able to effectively heal themselves and make the changes. I call on law enforcement to continue to make these changes, and my Republican Party has these conversations with law enforcement every day. But I call on the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Christopher Wray, just as when my father, Judge William Sessions, was director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to stand up for law enforcement and expect them and want them to become professional. Madam Speaker, we must heal what has happened. And Sunday at church, I heard no less than 50 times the word redemption. The words that we are sinners, we make mistakes, that we need to look at each other with the faithfulness of a great nation. I heard words of love and respect for those even that we disagree with. But Madam Speaker, we are not down pounding on tables tonight. We're simply trying to say what we believe is true, and that is that I believe that there are tens of millions of Americans who want and need this country to be safe. They want and need our elected officials, whether they be Republican or Democrat, that they need their elected officials to understand that their life is important and their family is. And that until we get back to the standards of performance, of expectations, where law enforcement is allowed to effectively, professionally be there as the backup, where our military knows that we are there to support them, and that our elected officials will stand on the side of righteousness, we are going to continue to wander through this terrible time that I call chaos. It is my hope as we drop to our knees this evening that we do offer a prayer for our president, President Biden. I know him, and I know he has been through difficult times in his life. But, Madam Speaker, I would ask tonight that we give respect and prayer and ask that the President please understand that the most vulnerable that are there still need others to be of assistance. And we need to make sure that this country heals itself with love, respect, and admiration for each other. I want to thank the young congressman for his time tonight, for his bringing forth this opportunity to speak about where our country is. And I want him to know that I personally admire him and respect him and appreciate his sound call for a voice of reason and opportunity for America's future. May God bless our country. I thank the gentleman for allowing me time to speak.
Well, I think my friend from Texas, particularly thank him for referring to me as young. I'll take it. Interestingly, it was, and I'll probably have more to say about this when we're back in July. It was 10 years ago in July that I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma with a 4-month-old daughter and a not quite 2-year-old son. Not 100% sure whether I was going to be able to do like I did this last weekend and go see my son play Little League Baseball and see my daughter go off to camp last week. That'll shift your worldview a little bit, as they say, about what's important and what's not important. And I can tell you that my dedication to public service was fully renewed after getting through that. And I was very blessed, and I got through cancer-free in a matter of months, and Lord willing, I'm still cancer-free. But there's plenty of wood around here, but I knocked on my head instead. But I am honored that you would take the time to come down here and join me and say such nice things. And I know that the gentleman knows that, part of the purpose here is our collective desire in this body to do what is right for this country. And what I cannot for the life of me understand is why my Democrat colleagues continue to insist on using this body to stoke division and to separate us by race, by sex, by wherever we come from, all the different ways you can possibly come up with to divide us, rather than finding ways for us to unite together to protect, defend, secure, advance this country going forward. And my colleagues from Texas know. I know my friend from Texas knows. It has been a full 90 days since the Vice President of the United States was tapped by the President of the United States to be in charge of the border, yet the Vice President has not taken a second to come to the Rio Grande, to come to the Rio Grande Valley, to come to the border. Now, it wouldn't be enough just to come. And by the way, if the Vice President is listening, it's not enough just to go. But it sure would be nice if you could find the southern border on a map and get in your taxpayer-funded airplane and take a direct flight down to the border and go take the time to meet with Texans, to go take the time to meet with migrants, to go take the time to meet with local leaders and see what's actually happening in real time at the border. I know the gentleman knows full well we just had 180,000 apprehensions in May. We've had over 700,000 apprehensions this year. We've had over 200,000 gotaways. Border Patrol estimates 1,000 gotaways every single day coming through between the ports of entry because our Border Patrol is now running processing centers in McAllen. Now, we all know this. We know this. I believe the Vice President knows this. And I sent the Vice President a memo outlining this just in case she doesn't know. But it's happening to us in real time, and it's happening to migrants in real time, and it's happening to ranchers in real time. I know my friends from Texas know that we've had 7,500 pounds of fentanyl. 7,500 pounds of fentanyl that has been intercepted by Border Patrol. Fentanyl is killing our children. And what are we going to vote on this week? What are we going to do this week? I don't even know. I flew back here to Texas. I got half my colleagues still voting by proxy, even though we're not wearing masks, and apparently we're still voting by proxy by saying, I'm voting proxy because of the pandemic. We're not even having half of our committee meetings because people are, we're doing them virtually. We're doing them when we're home in our work periods. Why are we here? Why are we here when there's 7,500 pounds of fentanyl pouring into our border? That's just the stuff we're catching, by the way. Do you know how many children are dying with marijuana that's been laced with fentanyl? It's happening right now. You hear about like 80,000, 90,000 opioid deaths over the last year. You know where that stuff's coming from? Why did Governor DeSantis send resources to Texas to help secure our border? People said, well, why would you do that? That's Texas. Because the meth and the drugs that are coming into Florida are coming through the southwest border. And anybody who follows it knows that to be true. And why is that? Because the cartels that are now running the border profit immensely by moving human beings for profit and by moving fentanyl for profit. The cartel Jalisco New Generation just absorbed the Reynosa faction and just absorbed the cartel del Noreste of Los Zetas and Nuevo Laredo, and they now have operational control of Tamaulipas. And that is a dangerous cartel, and they are moving fentanyl for profit and moving human beings for profit, millions of dollars a day. We know this to be true. We know this from law enforcement agents on the ground, Texans, federal authorities, Border Patrol, ICE. But they're not able to do their job because they're running processing facilities. Processing facilities for human beings that we say we're helping. Because we're saying that we're giving them asylum, which, by the way, they're not claiming asylum under the statute as the asylum laws were meant to provide. Right? They come across the river and there's a sign on trees at the Rio Grande, which, by the way, the vice president and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would know this if they bothered to go to the Rio Grande. But you walk down to the river and there's a sign and it says Asilo with an arrow and it points to a bunch of bright lights sitting under the bridge saying, go over there. When I was at the river and I met about 50 migrants at about midnight, there was a group of them and they were lost. They were going around in circles. So I drove my truck down the path so they'd have light in the dark so they could get to the processing center. These are good people seeking a better life. Ask every single one of them why they were coming here. It was for a job and opportunity. It wasn't for asylum under our laws. And we are making a mockery of our laws by saying that anyone who wants to come to our country for opportunity, God bless them, I understand why. I probably would too. If you look at the opportunity you have here as opposed to El Salvador, or Guatemala, or Honduras right now, I understand. But we're turning our laws upside down. That's not what asylum laws are for. So why don't we just sit down and figure it out? Right? Because you can't just say wide open borders. You can't. It's irresponsible. Listen to the leaders of Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador. They say it's irresponsible because it's devastating their own countries. We say, well, why don't they fix it? Well, we should have policies and work with them to try to fix it. But you know what would fix it the most? If we didn't have a wide open border. If we actually stood up and said, sorry, y'all, you can't just come in unless you actually qualify under our asylum laws, which is a fraction, a tiny fraction of the 700,000 plus apprehensions that we have apprehended since January 1. But why aren't we here debating that? Why aren't we coming up with a solution to this problem so that migrants aren't being abused as I speak by cartels so that they can make money? This is the greatest country in the history of the world, but we allow that to occur. We allow that to occur. And we do so in the name of compassion. We do so when people stand up and say, oh, well, we want to make sure these folks can get here. Meanwhile, we have people scream kids in cages. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember this, the kids in cages? How many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle ran to the cameras, sat in hearings, screamed kids in cages? The very structures put in place by the Obama-Biden administration, fact, everybody knows it, That's who created the chain link barriers in these facilities at the border. Nobody blamed Obama and Biden for doing that. Airflow, ability to see the migrants, protect them. Oh no, everybody went down and said kids in cages. Why? Because we had a massive influx. Right? They said, oh, they're drinking out of toilets. It was a lie. They weren't drinking out of toilets. They were drinking out of a device that had the water fountain on the top with a toilet down below. We have them in facilities all in our prisons, facilities, places where we have people coming in. The water supply in the bathroom right off of this floor is connected to the same water supply between the toilet and the sink. It's a pipe behind the drywall. Yet they went around saying kids drinking out of toilets. It's shameful. We can't have a rational conversation about what's actually happening in Texas. It's bad. There are children in stash houses right now. Why are we sitting here doing nothing? Why are we going to have a vote this week on 2 suspension bills in a quest to go after more wokeness for, I think it's some LGBTQ, I think small business bill or something on a suspension that failed to get through on the 2/3 vote? Okay, debate that, have it out. They tried to get it through on suspension. Didn't get through. So we're going to do a rule. We won't have any real debate on it, by the way. Everything the American people see in here, this is all a sham. There is no actual debate on the floor of this body. And anybody wants to come debate me on that, I'm happy to debate it. There is no debate on the floor of the people's house, ever. We haven't had an amendment on the floor of the House of Representatives, the people's house, since May of 2016 that was in order an open debate on the floor of the House. So that any one of my colleagues could walk down here and say, hey, I got an idea. There's a bill. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to change something in the bill. Here's an amendment. I'd like to send it to the desk. Offer my amendment. Hey, what do you think about my amendment? It might make the bill better. You know what I'd like to have had a debate on that? Last Friday, I would have liked to have had a debate on the Juneteenth bill. Why? Because the purpose of that bill was excellent. The fulfillment of the Declaration of Independence with the ending of slavery, which we recognize in Texas because of Juneteenth. I didn't support the bill because I didn't think the title was good. There were some other factors. But I didn't support it, and I would have liked to have amended it. Never get a chance to do it. Ever. I would have liked the ability to amend it, but couldn't do it. All right, so you're forced with an up or down vote. We have 2,000-page bills that are $2 trillion. They're dropped on the floor, and they say, take it or leave it. And I say, well, you know what? I'd like to cut something, or I'd like to add something. Can't do it. I can go up to the Rules Committee. I can say, here's my thing, and it gets voted down in Rules Committee. When you see amendments on the floor of the House, it's all a fraud, ladies and gentlemen. It is all a fraud. They are hand-picked amendments designed to make it look like we're amending. But we're not. It's 15 amendments from the majority, 5 amendments from the minority, bam. Hey, look at that. That's debate. We're killing our country by partisan dropping of bills, no matter who's in the majority, by the way. I said we'd had an amendment on the floor since 2016. Guess who was in control of the House for 2 years of that? Republicans. When are we going to actually sit down and debate this stuff and actually do the things that matter? Again, I go home to Texas, and everybody's saying, how can you possibly allow this to be occurring on our border? It is the fundamental duty of the federal government to secure the border of the United States, and yet we have fentanyl pouring in. We have cartels who run the border. We have Mexico becoming a narco-terror state. We have danger to citizens in our country actually occurring. We have human trafficking and sex trafficking occurring in San Antonio, Austin, all the way up through I-35, going over to Houston. We stop cars in the San Antonio suburbs that have 9 immigrants in them going to a stash house in Houston, driven by an American citizen employee of a cartel. I offered an op-ed explaining that to the San Antonio Express News, along with the district attorney of Kendall County, Texas, and the San Antonio Express News wouldn't print it. A fact-based op-ed. We ended up printing it in National Review or someplace online. Who wants to have a conversation about this stuff? The American people do. Everybody I talk to in Texas knows this is real. But here we are, and we have a House body that is more interested in, and frankly, an administration that's more interested in advancing wokeness every single day than in addressing a wide open border that endangers us and the migrants who seek to come here. I can't emphasize that enough. A wide open border that endangers American citizens, endangers our children, and endangers the migrants who seek to come here, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle pat themselves on the back in the false name of compassion that open borders is somehow good for migrants. And it's a lie. It is a blatant lie. And instead, what are we going to get? We're going to get a so-called infrastructure bill next week, which will come through here on partisan lines. And what are we going to have in there? There's the provisions and programs that prioritize funding based on race, ethnicity, gender, and socially disadvantaged status. One provision that finds that race and gender neutral efforts alone are insufficient. Bill includes a study on how federal infrastructure planning exacerbated systemic racial, regional, social, environmental, and economic injustices. We have a bill that establishes 41 new federal programs, $20 million a year for implicit bias research and training grants related to racial profiling, $5 million a year for a program to increase transportation job awareness and diversity, a carbon pollution reduction program. On the international stage, what do we see? Our own diplomats are undermining the greatness of America. You've got Linda Thomas Greenfield, the ambassador to the United Nations, who said that racial equity is her top focus and that white supremacy is weaved into our founding documents and principles. Our adversaries like Russia and China are weaponizing the leftist agenda. At the summit in Alaska, Secretary Blinken brought up China's imprisonment of millions of Uyghur Muslims, and China responded by arguing that the U.S. is not much different, mentioning Black Lives Matter. The Uyghurs, get the military and veterans, instead of working to develop a lethal battle-ready force that will kill people and destroy things when called up to do so, which is the purpose of a military, under the guise of reviewing extremism within the ranks of the military, in March, Special Operations Command hired the first Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. We've seen examples of West Point cadets forced to attend critical race theory presentations. A Space Force officer was fired for saying, quote, "The diversity, inclusion, and equity industry and the trainings we are receiving in the military is rooted in critical race theory, which is rooted in Marxism." The Biden VA will now be using American taxpayer dollars to cover sex reassignment surgery. I had multiple parents of the kids that I was able, or 18-year-olds that I was able to nominate to go to the academies, and we had a celebration in San Antonio, and every single one of the parents were coming up and showing me these videos from the Air Force Academy, West Point Academy, talking about, people having two moms and two dads and all of this woke training. For heaven's sake, it's a military. I mean, China and Russia is just looking at us and saying, what in the world? Well, they're licking their chops. You got critical race theory in education. We're seeing a large-scale effort to impose tyranny over the minds of our children through taxpayer-funded indoctrination. In Evanston, Illinois, students listened to Not My Idea, a book about whiteness, which states that whiteness is a bad deal and always was, and that you can be white without signing into whiteness. In Cupertino, California, third graders were required to deconstruct their racial identities and then rank themselves according to their power and privilege. In Oregon, ethnic standards will require kindergartners to understand their own identity groups, including but not limited to race, gender, family, ethnicity, culture, religion, and ability. An advisory board linked to Virginia's Loudoun County Public School District demanded that teachers be dismissed if they criticize the district's equity training inspired by critical race theory. We saw that the fellow that was removed or told that he had to be suspended in Loudoun County, I think he was finally restored because he dared speak up about this. Meanwhile, you've got woke corporations all across America and their corporate boards moving the Major League Baseball All-Star Game from Atlanta, Georgia, which is 50% black, to 10% Denver. I bet all those white Coloradans driving around with their Subarus and patting themselves on the back while they go hiking with a rainbow flag on the back of their car or something, feel good about themselves, instead of celebrating Hank Aaron in Atlanta, Georgia. Why? Because Georgia was moving an election reform bill with laws that were almost identical to Colorado. But Major League Baseball said, oh no, we're going to go join the woke brigade, and we're going to go forward and we're going to say we're going to move everything to Colorado. Nothing was proved by that other than Major League Baseball's wokeness. Talked about border security. And I talked about that because it's so critical to the people of Texas. We can talk about the other things that are critical. All these programs I just talked about, people ask, well, Congressman Roy, why do you come down here and often vote no? Because almost every single bill dropped on this floor of this House spends money we don't have, adds regulations that's going to kill small businesses, divides us by race, or adds more laws to the books. Does anybody think we need more laws, more spending when we're $30 trillion in debt? I just once would like to see an actual debate with the 435 members representing the American people in this chamber about what in the world we're going to do about $30 trillion in debt. But we got nothing. We got an empty chamber. The American people can hear my voice echoing. We're not going to actually have a debate about it. We're going to just spend more money. Just a race to see who can spend more money. Does anybody have any belief that we're not endangering our kids and grandkids? I mean, somebody wants to come down here and expound on modern monetary theory about how spending all this money is absolutely fine. I mean, I'm happy to listen. Most people in America don't believe it. $30 trillion in debt soon. $6 trillion spent in the last year. Do you know how much it cost to win all of World War II? $4.1 trillion in current dollars. We just spent $6 trillion in a year. Appropriated, we'll spend it out a little over a year. $6 trillion. Shutting down small businesses, closing our schools. We have 100,000 small businesses closed. 100,000. And now we're paying people more not to work than to work. Why do you suppose the Vice President of the United States refuses to come to the southern border? Why do you suppose the Vice President of the United States or the President refuses to go to the southern border and refuses to take me up in my offer to debate the Vice President anywhere, anytime about the border? Because she knows, and the President knows, they have zero defense for our current border policies. There is literally no ability to defend the current border policies of the United States. It's laughable. A high school debate team would destroy the president or the vice president in a debate about our current border. Because it is so unbelievably unforgivable to turn our borders over to cartels. But that is what this administration has done. And again, look, it's all tied back together. This is all in the name of supposed compassion for people and a continued desire to try to drive a wedge and say that, oh, Republicans just don't want those brown people to come here across our river. That's what it's about. That's the purpose of the fight and the divide. Meanwhile, ask any Border Patrol agent, ask anybody along the Rio Grande, ask anybody who's being affected by it, ask any of the migrants about what's happening, how it's happening, about the journey. And I'm not saying the migrants that are coming don't want to be here. They do. But look into the eyes of the little 7-year-old girl on the border that I looked into who had no mom, no dad, no uncle, no aunt, no brother, no sister, nobody with her. But we don't care. We say, oh, it's all fine. It's all fine for us to have a system in which a 7-year-old girl takes a journey by herself from Guatemala through Mexico in the hands of the cartels to get to our border. We say that's fine. I can't state enough, and the reason I'm using this time, and I'm sorry I went a little longer than the time I thought I was going to use because my friend from Texas used a little more time, and I appreciated his being here. But every single person I talk to in Texas views this through the lens of an existential crisis. And yet it is absolute silence from the administration in this body. People wonder why Governor Abbott is starting to say he's going to take it upon himself and the state to build a wall or to fund resources at the border. We've had to do it for years, by the way, basically $1 billion a year. Texas has been, or at least per session, that has been funding technology. Do you know how many often the Border Patrol was using technology funded by Texans? Cameras, because their Border Patrol cameras weren't working, radios. And now the governor's going down there and saying he's going to do a lot of this. Now Texas has got to figure out how to fund it. But it's our border. It's our communities. Yet crickets, absolute crickets, devastating crickets from the Democrat-led House of Representatives and the Democrats in the White House, President Biden and Vice President Harris, who refuse to even come to the border. I don't know. The longer this goes on, I get it why the vice president won't go to the border. How could you look any American in the eye and say you're doing your constitutional duty to defend the United States of America and secure our borders? Does anybody understand in this chamber and comprehend how bad it is for our future and the future of our neighbors to the south to empower cartels the way we're empowering them? Instead of being able to compete with China by having a robust free trade throughout the Western Hemisphere, to be able to have a strong Mexico that isn't a narco-terrorist state, that we can partner with countries throughout the Western Hemisphere and compete against China and not have this pressure valve coming to our border. Instead, we are damaging these countries, empowering narco-terrorist state in Mexico, empowering cartels, weakening our country, and endangering Americans. My friend from the House Judiciary Committee is here, and I'm about to give my time up. I'll give you a little warning here in a couple minutes. I'm about to yield. I appreciate the work that he is doing with my friend from Colorado, trying to navigate the complexity of antitrust laws with respect to the size of massive companies, particularly massive big tech companies. And we're going to have a pretty robust day, I think, tomorrow in the House Judiciary Committee. I do want to thank him, since we're here in the chamber together, for the work he's doing to try to address that. I don't know if I'll agree with every bill tomorrow. I know I'm going to support at least one or two. We'll see what happens during the process of amending and debating. What I would say to my friend is it would be great if we could address every issue with both sides of the aisle engaging and offering amendments and restore regular order so that we can try to get to the heart and the truth of these issues. We're never going to deal with our spending issues in this country if we don't sit down and roll our sleeves up like a family or a small business has to do. We're never going to address something like the border if we don't sit down and give and take and offer solutions that will work. We're never going to solve health care. We're never going to be able to have a strong national defense without, by the way, being involved in endless conflicts. I joined with my Democrats last week on a measure involving our presence in Iraq. I think we can find agreement at times if we'll sit down and do it. But we can't bury our head in the sand and ignore existential crises and hope that they'll just go away. So I'll just close by renewing my call to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the Vice President and the President. Let's actually focus on these crises like the border, and let's actually do our job and our constitutional duty to address them. Let's actually do what we said we were going to do when we took our oaths to the Constitution of the United States and we said we wanted to be a part of the people's house, to debate, to amend, to vote. I'm not afraid of what we're going to do tomorrow to my friend. We're going to offer bills, we're going to debate, we're going to amend, we're going to vote. We should do that on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, we should do that on the floor of this House. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to Mr. Roy. I look forward to our debate tomorrow, and I think a good resolution on a number of important issues before the committee. Madam Speaker, I rise this evening to honor Pride Month. I want to begin by saying that we are grateful to the members of the Congressional LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus who continue to be champions for full equality for our community. And each year we gather as a community in June to celebrate the progress that our community has made, that is the LGBTQ+ community, and also to reflect on the work ahead and how much remains to be done. And it's an opportunity each year to really celebrate the progress we've made and recommit ourselves to the work that remains. And this year is no different. In 2021, we come together on the floor of this House to celebrate Pride Month with some very great highs and some very deep lows. Our community was deeply impacted by COVID, both because of pre-existing conditions added to people's vulnerabilities, but also because segments of our population already face isolation, which was made even worse during the pandemic. Like all communities, we have been shocked at the efforts to undermine our democracy and restrict the right to vote, restrictions that we know will impact our community, particularly people of color, trans people, and those with disabilities. And of course, this year alone, we witnessed a historic number of anti-transgender laws being introduced around the country, many of them passing. Opponents of equality have decided to zero in on the most vulnerable within our community, the community that is subject to the greatest amount of violence and the worst kind of discrimination. And we must stand up in force against this. But it wouldn't be Pride Month without a celebration, and we have much to celebrate this year. In the last 6 months, Congress passed the No Hate Act, which strengthens hate crimes reporting. We passed the Pulse nightclub memorial bill. Now the Senate has passed it and goes to the President's desk for his signature. In February, I proudly introduced H.R. 5, the Equality Act, with 224 original co-sponsors. It passed the House with bipartisan support. President Biden has challenged Congress to do everything in its power to get him the bill, get it to his desk for his signature. And we're rolling up our sleeves to get the bill passed in the Senate. I'm particularly proud that the House of Representatives did its part in passing this critical piece of legislation. No American should be forced to live in fear of legal discrimination simply because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And they certainly shouldn't have to worry about whether or not the person in the White House or their state legislature will undermine what few protections they do have. The Equality Act is a common sense piece of legislation that gets to the core issue of equality by expanding the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other existing laws to ensure that LGBTQ Americans can live their lives free from discrimination. Equality is a founding principle of this great country. And I hope that by the time I stand before you for Pride Month next year, we'll have turned this bill from a hope into a reality. And I'm very proud to have the support of so many members of Congress and so many colleagues, in fact, every single Democrat, an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act, including, of course, you, Madam Speaker. And so I'm proud to be part of a caucus that understands the fundamental importance of recognizing the dignity and value of every person. And Pride Month is about expressing that and affirming that to all LGBTQ plus people all across this country and all across the world. And so tonight I'm proud to have one of the co-chairs of the Equality Caucus, Mark Takano, a chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, a member of the LGBTQ community, a very close friend, a deeply respected colleague, and a great champion for the equality of our community. Now I'll yield the floor to Mr. Takano to share his views on the celebration of Pride.
I thank my true friend from the state of Rhode Island, David Cicilline, who chairs the LGBT Equality Caucus. Thank you for yielding. I want to say that Pride is always a very special time of year. It is a time of protest, a time of celebration, a time when we remember the struggles honor the trailblazers and appreciate the progress that we've made in the fight toward equality. Throughout our history, LGBTQ people have been denied their basic rights. To this day, LGBTQ Americans across the country still face discrimination in key areas of life, from housing to health care. And while the Supreme Court has ruled to expand non-discrimination protections in employment and made marriage equality the law of the land, in 29 states, LGBTQ people aren't fully protected from discrimination. That's why we are working hard to get the Equality Act signed into law. Discrimination in this country has also been enshrined into policies at every level, including in the military. Despite this, thousands of brave LGBTQ Americans have still stepped up to serve our country in uniform. For decades, LGBTQ members of the U.S. military and veterans have faced discrimination stemming from official military policies, including Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and the trans military ban. Before Don't Ask, Don't Tell became an official military policy, service members who were LGBTQ had to hide their identities, and those who were suspected of being LGBTQ were targeted by horrendous and traumatizing so-called witch hunts, which stripped them of their dignity and mistreated them based on a suspicion that had nothing to do with their service. Now, it is estimated that approximately 114,000 service members were discharged on the basis of their sexual orientation between World War II and 2011, while an estimated 870,000 LGBTQ veterans have been impacted by, quote, hostility, harassment, assaultive behavior, and law enforcement targeting, quote, by discriminatory military policies. Many LGBTQ veterans who were discharged on discriminatory grounds are unable to access their VA benefits, and those still serving face inconsistent protections that make them vulnerable to harassment and put their careers at risk. But the true extent of the harm caused by discriminatory anti-LGBTQ policies in the military and at VA is not known or well understood. To remedy the harm that has been done, we must reckon with the truth of what happened and understand the disparate effects of discriminatory military policies on LGBTQ people. And that's why I've introduced the Commission to Study the Stigmatization, Criminalization, and Ongoing Exclusion and Inequity for LGBTQ Service Members and Veterans Act, otherwise known as the Commission on LGBTQ Service Members and Veterans Act. This legislation would launch a comprehensive study on the effects of discriminatory military policies on affected service members, their families, and their units to help America learn the full extent of the harm caused by these policies and the status of protections for LGBTQ service members today. There are currently 250,000 active duty LGBTQ service members and more than 1.5 million LGBTQ veterans receiving health care from VA. But there continues to be a pervasive lack of data collection on LGBTQ service members and veteran populations, and an absence of education for both members of the military and the general public about members of the LGBT community who serve in uniform. This legislation seeks to address that. It is essential for the American people to hear stories of LGBTQ service members and veterans to understand the stigmatization they endured while serving our country, and to know that despite this, they are still immensely proud of their service. This month, I've been sharing powerful stories of LGBTQ veterans on my social media. Every video testimonial reveals stories of bravery and profound love for country, and it ends with veterans sharing the same message. LGBTQ people want and deserve to serve just like everyone else. We have, of course, made a lot of progress as a country, but there is still a lot of work that needs to be done to make the military and VA more inclusive. It is my mission as co-chair of the Equality Caucus and chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs to ensure that we honor the service of every American who has served, regardless of their identity. This past weekend, we saw action that steers us toward that goal. The Biden administration announced that VA will begin the first steps to expand care to include gender confirmation surgery for transgender veterans. This is truly a first and incredibly significant step that the VA has taken, and I applaud VA's decision. Veterans in need of gender confirmation surgery should not have to seek health care outside of the VA healthcare system or navigate complicated processes to get the care they need. This announcement will be life-changing for many, and it's the result of years of hard work and advocacy on behalf of trans veterans and allies. So in honor of Pride Month, we must keep up the momentum, honor all those who have served our country in uniform, and commit ourselves to creating a truly equal nation. And now I would like to yield the floor to a tremendous friend from the state of Texas, somebody who has been a distinguished leader and advocate on behalf of LGBTQ people in his own district.
Excuse me, the gentleman needs to yield back to Mr. Cicilline.
Yeah. Oh, you changed it up on me, sir.
That was my fault. I thank Mr. Takano for his powerful words. And now, Madam Speaker, I am honored to yield such time as he may consume to Congressman Green, who has been a longstanding member of the Equality Caucus, who has always encouraged the celebration of Pride. And for the last 8 years, he has led the resolution in the House marking June as LGBTQ Pride Month, and I want to thank him again and his office for his efforts, and thank him for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise tonight to continue to make my payments on a debt that I owe. I'm the son of the segregated South. I know what invidious discrimination looks like. I know what it sounds like. I know what it tastes like. And I know what it smells like. And because I have suffered invidious discrimination, I want no one else to suffer what I have suffered. I rise tonight to pay a debt because I didn't get here by myself. And the people who look like me, we didn't get here by ourselves. Along the way, there were people of different stripes who made a difference such that we could have the opportunities that we have today. So I'm proud to say that I am an ally of the LGBTQIA caucus. I'm proud to say that I'm a member of the Congressional LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus. And I'm proud to say that Mr. Cicilline is a person that I have great respect for. A person who is making a difference not only in the lives of people who are a member of the community, the LGBTQIA community, but also persons across the length and breadth of the globe. Because when you help some directly, you help all indirectly. So Mr. Cicilline, thank you for this preeminent privilege to stand tonight and to be a part of making the world a better place for others. I thank you so much. And I desire, if I may, to continue. Thank you. Mr. Cicilline, I want to make the world know that the caucus that I'm a member of, the LGBTQ+ caucus, has 170 members. The caucus was formed in the 111th Congress. Today, we have introduced the original LGBTQIA+ Pride Month resolution. This resolution encourages the celebration of the month of June as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. It tracks the accomplishments and the milestones in the fight for LGBTQIA+ equality. It has 187 co-sponsors, minus the 100. It has 87 original co-sponsors. This resolution is endorsed by the National Center for Transgender Equality, PFLAG National, the National LGBTQ Task Force, the Transgender Foundation of America. We introduced the first LGBT Pride Month resolution in 2013. This resolution had 25 co-sponsors. We have introduced a Pride Month resolution in every Congress since 2013. In 2020, the LGBTQ Pride Month resolution had 62 co-sponsors. This year, the resolution has 87 original co-sponsors. And now I'd like to just discuss some seminal moments in Pride history. June marks 52 years of Pride celebrations across the country. It was in June of 1970 that the first Pride March took place in New York City to commemorate Stonewall Inn, the site of an act of resistance in June of 1969. In 1977, Harvey Milk became the first openly gay elected public official in the U.S. In 1980, the Democratic Party became the first major American political party to endorse a gay rights platform. In 2000, Vermont became the first state to recognize civil unions between same-sex partners. In 2003, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled sodomy laws unconstitutional. In November of 2003, the Massachusetts Supreme Justice Court ruled that preventing gays and lesbians from marrying violates the state constitution. In 2008, California voters passed Proposition 8, a public referendum ending same-sex marriage in the state. In 2009, Congress passed the Matthews-Shepard Act, expanding hate crime laws to include acts motivated by a victim's actual or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity. Between 2009 and 2011, Vermont, Iowa, Maine, New Hampshire, and the District of Columbia, as well as New York, legitimized same-sex marriage. In 2010, President Obama officially repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell, allowing gays, bisexuals, and lesbians to serve openly in the military. In 2013, the Supreme Court struck down California's Proposition 8 and the Federal Defense of Marriage Act. On June 15th of 2020, the Supreme Court ruled that the prohibition against sex discrimination laid out in Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act applied to LGBTQ Americans. Houston, Texas has a history that we are proud of. We remember the uprising at Stonewall because it marked the beginning of a movement to outlaw discrimination and laws that prohibited LGBTQIA persons from having the same rights as other persons in this country. Nearly a decade after the resistance displayed in New York at Stonewall Inn, the gay rights movement for equality made its way to Houston, Texas. Houston's own Stonewall movement occurred in 1977, June of 1977, when thousands gathered around City Hall in downtown Houston to protest an infamous anti-gay activist who was performing in Houston, Texas. According to Outsmart magazine, more than 4,000 protesters marched around the Hyatt Regency Hotel where the event was held. The first Houston Pride Parade took place in June of 1978 along Westheimer Road, and more than 4 decades later, it has become the 4th largest Pride Parade in the country. This resolution that we have presented to the House today is one that we will continue to present. We will continue to present it because it is not only the right thing to do, it is the righteous thing to do. No person in this country should be treated in such a way as to be defined as mistreated simply because of who they are. We have a right to be ourselves, and we should never, ever be put in a position such that it is perceived that being who you are is inappropriate in a country that extols the virtues of liberty and justice for all, that extols the virtues of all persons being created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In this country, every person ought to be proud to celebrate Pride Month. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for his very eloquent words. And now, Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield to my colleague Alma Adams of North Carolina, a tireless advocate for women and for historically black colleges and universities, a member of the LGBT Equality Caucus, and an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for yielding and for his extraordinary work in this area, and I am a proud co-sponsor of the Equality Act. Madam Speaker, I'm Alma Adams, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. And tonight I rise during Pride Month to honor some of the many LGBTQ elected officials who are working to make North Carolina a more equal and inclusive state. Last week was Charlotte Black Pride Week. So I'm happy to say that North Carolina's 12th Congressional District that I represent is home to Lawana Mayfield, who made history in 2011 as Charlotte's first openly gay elected official. Since then, Al Austin, Billy Mandelin, and joined her as LGPD members of the Charlotte City Council. In Davidson, Jane Campbell, a retired captain in the United States Navy, serves on the Davidson Town Commission. And Charlotte's John Arrowwood made history as the first openly LGBT judge on North Carolina's Court of Appeals. All of these individuals put themselves forward for public service because they know that we can't sleep on fairness and equal rights. And I'm working hard as your ally in Congress alongside members of my congressional office, supporting the LGBTQ community, and I promise to continue to fight for their rights. I wish everyone across our country happy Pride. Now go forth and continue to fight, because we can't wait for equality. We've got to win it. I yield back.
I thank my friend for her eloquent words and for being part of our Pride celebration here tonight. And now it gives me great pleasure to yield to my new colleague, Congresswoman Marie Newman, who has just been such an extraordinary, relentless advocate for our community. And I know she does it on behalf of her child, but also for children all across America. Congresswoman Newman.
Thank you, Representative Cicilline, and thank you for organizing this tonight. So important. Good evening, colleagues, and good evening, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise on behalf of the millions of LGBTQ plus Americans who, in 2021, are still fighting for equality in our country. This year is already record-breaking for anti-trans legislation. Right now, as a trans teenager in America, in our country, there are 33 states that have introduced more than 100 bills that aim to curb their rights. The bills are not grounded in science. The bills are not grounded in fact. The lawmakers who've introduced them can't even cite examples of any problem they're designed to solve. To put it simply, these bills are grounded in hate. And they are not only hateful, but demoralizing and frustrating and agonizing. Demoralizing to a population of our country that already suffers from high rates of depression, bullying, and suicide. In the United States, the lifetime depression rate for the general population is roughly 16.6%. For America's transgender women, it is 62%, 6-2. Let that sink in. As a mother of a transgender daughter, I know firsthand how much this is, how this weighs on all of our brothers and sisters. Young LGBTQ plus Americans need somewhere to turn to for help because most of them don't have someone to turn to. That's true. In Illinois, we have a 24/7 youth hotline that supports students in crisis and engages trusted adults in their community. Bullying and threats of suicide are the two most common reports through the line. This resource has saved countless lives in Illinois, but not every state has one of these. That is why I will be introducing legislation to support states' youth mental health and safety helplines and to help states develop these resources if they don't yet have one. These resources are particularly critical for young Americans who are at a higher risk for bullying and suicide, such as those who belong to the LGBTQ+ community. So, while I continue to urge the Senate to pass the Equality Act, I also want to urge this entire body to work together so we can do more to support our LGBTQ+ Americans. Thank you, and I yield back to Mr. Cicilline.
I thank the gentlelady for being part of this Pride Special Order and for her incredible advocacy on behalf of our community, particularly her heroic work on behalf of the transgender community. It's making a real difference. I now have the privilege of yielding to a new colleague and someone who has been an extraordinary advocate for the LGBTQ community, a great ally for our caucus. He is a member of the LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus, an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act, and a really powerful voice in our fight for equality, Congressman Auchincloss.
Thank you to my colleague from Rhode Island. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Pride Month, I rise to recognize my constituent, my friend, Newton City Councilor Holly Ryan. Councilor Ryan is a long-serving activist in my district and in my hometown. She is the first openly transgender woman to serve on a city council in Massachusetts and the first openly LGBTQ+ person to serve on the Newton City Council. She is a distinguished champion of equality, serving as the founding member and former co-chair of the Massachusetts Transgender Political Coalition. Her advocacy led to the passage of both the 2011 Trans Right Law and the 2016 Public Accommodation Law, ensuring that no one in the Commonwealth can face discrimination because of gender identity. I was fortunate to serve with Councilor Ryan on the City Council before coming to Congress. Councilor Ryan is a trailblazer, paving the way for a more equal future. Massachusetts is better off thanks to her accomplishments. I yield back to my colleague from Rhode Island.
I thank the gentleman for participating in our special order hour and for being such a great ally to our community. I now would like to yield to a distinguished senior member of the Judiciary Committee, someone who has long been a champion of justice and equality and a great ally to the LGBTQ community, an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act, a member of the LGBTQ Equality Caucus, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
Thank thy dear friend and courageous leader who brought us all together so many years ago, and I believe built up the Equality Caucus into such an effective spokesperson for all of those who are voiceless in many instances. Thank you, David Cicilline. I remember the journey you made on the Equality Act. There's a lot of meetings, a lot of engagement, but you brought us all together. Thank you for that, and very proud to be an original co-sponsor and one that gave insight into the necessity for that legislation. Let me say the very obvious, and that is Happy Pride Month. It is an important statement for America, and it is about Americans. These statistics from Texas would give you just a bird's eye view of what our state is like. Percent of adults who are LGBTQ plus, 4.1%. Total LGBTQ plus population, 1,053,000. And of course, growing. The workforce, 5%. Those who are workers, 647,000. And the LGBTQ plus adults raising children, 29%. Just regular Texans, regular Americans. That's why we stand on the floor of the House today, to be able to celebrate Pride Month. And though many of the occasions we've had in Houston and around the nation are virtual, we are still making our voices heard. We look forward in Houston to our big Pride parade. And of course, we look forward to recommitting ourselves to making equality in every aspect of American life real for members of the LGBTQ community. We have a shared struggle, a collective joy that's found in the history of that struggle, and life experiences that are unique. Unique because individuals have that experience of the LGBTQ plus, experiences that many of us have not had, but experiences that sometimes ground themselves in unfair discrimination. Mr. Cicilline, I heard a member on the floor just a few minutes ago indicate how he wanted to amend the Juneteenth legislation. He was sorry he could not amend it. And I was thinking to myself, well, my friend, we've been trying to amend it, establish it, declare it for 156 years since the Emancipation Proclamation, second time around in 1865 in Galveston, and we waited too long. And I would say that we've been fighting for justice for this community, starting with Stonewall in Greenwich Village, and I would say that we could not wait any longer. That was an enormous moment of rising up for your own dignity and freedom, and the watershed moment in the LGBTQ movement, reigniting the fight for justice and signaling a new chapter of progress in our country's quest to ensure that fair treatment is the rule, never the exception. We appreciate the Supreme Court's decision in the fight to respect same-sex couples' right to marry. That took a long time, and to love. Our country's commitment to justice has been maintained by the timeless work of advocates. I've been here during the Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and just enormous pride when that was removed from the United States military under the President Obama's administration. The auditorium was standing room only as that was signed to assure that it never would happen again. This is a social movement enshrined with truth and belief, and the basis of creating all of us worthy of human dignity. In keeping with this belief, we cannot forget the great champions of my great state who have been proud Texans, who have not been afraid, even in the climate that we live. Sarah Fernandez, Judy Reeves, Tommy Ross, J.D. Doyle, Dalton DeHart, Judge Jerry Simonex, and Judge Fran Watson, but also our senior stateswoman, and that is our former mayor, Annise Parker, who led the cause for the status of LGBTQ in our community. We thank you, former Mayor Parker. We thank you for the fight of equality, though we did not make it in this city when we tried to do an ordinance to indicate that bathrooms were not important and no one in this community should be characterized as attacking anyone, but just wanting freedom and justice. We like to recognize a few organizations that continue to do great work. The Houston GLBT Political Caucus, Save Our Sisters United, Montrose Grace Place, and the Montrose Center. Many of these were pioneers in doing the work that was so important. Madam Speaker, I'm reminded of the Ryan White Treatment Act. As a member of the Houston City Council, I was honored to be the only member of Congress that came from Houston, Texas, to stand by Ryan White and his family here in the United States Congress with the late former Senator Ted Kennedy and Senator Orrin Hatch, the two co-sponsors, stand right next to him in a sweating, very small room. I'm not sure why they selected that small room. They must have believed that we were not coming from everywhere to witness this historic moment of the Ryan White Treatment Act and to meet Ryan White at that time. It was an amazing recognition at that time of the need for AIDS treatment. But sadly to say that I sat by the bedside of many of my constituents whose family would not acknowledge that they had HIV/AIDS, and they died alone. What a moment that we lived through. So many died, so many alone, except for friends who would be willing to be by their bedside. We have come a mighty long way. Very quickly as I close, that honor continues to go to those who continue to fight. My meeting of Matthew Shepard's mother, of sitting with her in my office when we talked about the Matthew Shepard Act, and being so proud for her to include me in her book. How heinous to lose your son in that way, how many parents have had to face that. But again, I'll pay tribute to Monica Roberts in Houston, who leaves a gaping hole in the hearts of the LGBTQ plus community. Monica worked as a trailblazing journalist and advocate, never failing to center the stories of Black trans people and shining the light on the issues of those often ignored. We intend to introduce legislation dealing with the sizable number of murders against Black trans persons, mostly women. Ray Hill co-organized the first gay rights organization in Houston in 1967, fiercely advocating for those living with HIV and AIDS. And so the more than 46,000 same-sex couples in Texas, the third of LGBTQ Texans are raising children. This is a new day, but our work for justice has not ended. We thank the Williams Institute of the UCLA School of Law. Approximately 900,000 Texans identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. And maybe one day, my state will recognize the fullness of the equality of all. Thank goodness for the H.R. 5 Equality Act that covers Texas as well. And in my third closing, with a little bit of humor, but with all seriousness, I wanted to make sure that I added to this record the Texas Tribune article, Texas lawmakers advance bills blocking access to gender-affirming health care despite opposition by LGBTQ Texans and medical associations, directly impacting 17-year-old Indigo Giles, who was able to get surgery before this law, now 19, ending the depression that they face, ending the attacks that they felt, feeling more comfortable in their skin. That's what this month is all about, saying to them, saying to America, we are proud and we are proud, and we stand together as an extended family of LGBTQ plus and all of those who frankly recognize that our freedom is intertwined with your freedom. With that, Mr. Manager, I yield back my time. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentlelady for her really eloquent words and for being such a great ally for our community and for so long. It is now my pleasure, Madam Speaker, to yield to Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon of Pennsylvania, an education and voting rights advocate and original co-sponsor of the Equality Act, vice chair of the Equality Caucus here in the House, and an extraordinary champion for our community.
I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Cicilline, for organizing this special order hour and for his leadership in introducing and passing the Equality Act, and I look forward to it being signed into law. I rise today in recognition of Pride Month and to celebrate the rich history of LGBTQ activism in the greater Philadelphia area. In 1965, years before the Stonewall Uprising, protesters borrowed from the tactics of the civil rights movement and staged a sit-in at Dewey's Lunch Counter in Philadelphia in opposition to its policy of refusing service to, quote, homosexuals, masculine women, feminine men, and persons wearing non-conforming clothing. Can you imagine what they'd think today? Philadelphia is home to the first and oldest LGBTQ bookstore in the United States, Giovanni's Room, as well as Philadelphia Gay News, the oldest LGBTQ publication in the United States. As early as 1981, activists were meeting with the local Department of Public Health to discuss the virus that would eventually become known as AIDS and put pressure on them to address the growing crisis. In more recent history, Amber Hikes and the city's Office of LGBTQ Affairs introduced a more inclusive pride flag in 2017, adding black and brown stripes to represent LGBTQ people of color. Today, activism within Philadelphia's LGBTQ community continues through groups like the William Way Community Center and people like my friend, Kendall Stevens, who's pushing for Pennsylvania to update its hate crime statute to finally include LGBTQ people as a protected class. From early protests to the continued advocacy of today, the Philadelphia region has plenty to be proud of during Pride Month. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for being part of this special hour tonight. It is now my pleasure to yield to Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs of California, a colleague on the Foreign Affairs Committee, someone who has dedicated her work even before she got to Congress to ending childhood poverty, to the promotion of human rights, and equality. She is an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act, a member of the LGBTQ Equality Caucus, and a great advocate for our community, and we're delighted she's with us this evening.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Cicilline. I'm honored to join you and my colleagues tonight to mark Pride Month. And I should note, San Diego actually officially celebrates Pride in July, so I'm happy I get an extra month to celebrate with all of you. And I stand here today as the proud sister to a trans brother and a gender nonconforming sibling, a proud member of the Equality Caucus and the proud representative of Hillcrest, the heart and soul of San Diego's diverse and vibrant LGBTQ+ community. This year has been difficult for so many of us, but especially for the LGBTQ+ community. COVID-19 took friends, family members, and beloved community leaders from us. It forced so many into social isolation, closed our communal spaces, and added to the economic, mental health, physical health, and childcare burdens. And to all of the young people stuck at home, away from their friends, and maybe with family who doesn't accept you, know this: you are perfect, just the way you are, and we need you. But during this pandemic, San Diego's LGBTQ+ community also rallied together to support one another and to support our community at large. The San Diego LGBT Community Center hosted food banks and made home deliveries for folks who were homebound. San Diego Pride hosted vaccine events for LGBTQ+ people of color, trans and non-binary people, and those living with HIV. And next month, at long last, we'll finally be able to celebrate Pride together again in person. And as we celebrate, we're also focused on the future. I'm proud to work alongside all our LGBTQ+ siblings to fight for an end to discrimination in all its forms based on sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Earlier this year, I was honored to join every one of my Democratic colleagues as an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act, legislation that will be life-changing for so many of my constituents. The first version of this bill was filed 15 years before I was even born. It had one co-sponsor and never got a vote. It is humbling to think about the progress that has happened in my lifetime, progress that was made possible by all those who marched and protested and raised their voices. And I am proud to work alongside all of you to continue that work. We will keep up the fight until everyone has equal rights under the law. Thank you again, Mr. Cicilline, and I yield back.
Thank you again for being part of this special order hour and for your great support of the LGBTQ+ community. Madam Speaker, before I end, I just want to recognize, mention was made of Anise Parker. I also want to recognize Barney Frank, Jared Polis, our former colleagues who have served in this House, and now Governor Polis is the governor of Colorado, Tammy Baldwin, Kirsten Sinema in the United States Senate, Sean Patrick Maloney, Mark Pocan, Angie Craig, Sharice Davids, Mark Takano, Chris Pappas, Mondaire Jones, and Richie Torres, who are current members of Congress. There are 9 LGBTQ members in the House, 2 in the Senate, so 11 members in total. And part of the reason we celebrate Pride is to send a message to the entire community, but especially to young people who may be struggling with their sexual orientation or their gender identity. Pride is a moment for us to say, you are valued, we celebrate you, we honor you. You have a right, like every other American, to be treated with dignity and respect. You are hearing that from the floor of the United States House of Representatives, where 9 members of our community serve openly and honestly, and 2 members in the Senate. Let that be a message to every young person, every family struggling with the issues of sexual orientation and gender identity, that they are heard, they are valued, they are affirmed and respected. Happy Pride Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.